Happy Monday evening.
Yes, didn't do anything with our speaker. We just talked about it. I don't know if this is an order. I'm not sure exactly what this is referring to. I think this one at the bottom is, oh my god, this is absolutely big, ridiculous. They would freak out. That, do you remember when I told you, like, I was always kind of like incorporating his kids and stuff? I mean, even if it wasn't like directly like me and him, but just like I was always thinking cute stuff when I'd see stuff and I was like, oh my god, little girls would like that. I would show him, and I found this box of Lucky Charms that was unicorn Lucky Charms, and I thought they were really cute. And I texted it to him, and I was like, do your little girls know about these? Because they're awesome. And I was like, little stuff like that. And I don't think that that's the 13th, because I don't think I talked to him that day. What day was the 13th? I can't remember.
Monday.
Was it Monday?
Yeah.
Wait, Bella. Bella, let her. Bella. Let Cece go, please.
Oops.
Cece, squat run. Squat run. Squat run. No, not squat. Look, Cece. Look at mommy. Cece. Cece. The left.
I'm wondering if that's where that came from.
So Charlotte is your friend, she's your closest friend. You have to have this conversation, but it never went anywhere besides her. He never mentioned it to Chris. He never said anything about your kids, or his kids, pardon me, damaging your guys' relationship.
No.
Or
On August 12th, according to phone records, Miss Kessinger tells her friend Charlotte about Watts for the first and only time. The next day, on August 13th, Chris Watts' family disappears, never to be seen again.
Never. And I mean, even in that, it wasn't like I never said his kids were problems. It's just like he already has life. I don't know about
right.
that.
So in light of what's occurred, though, what I'm trying to make sure is that there was never a conversation that you guys had that he might have thought that you were saying, I can't be with you if you have kids.
I wouldn't be with him if I couldn't.
Okay. So I'm just making 100% sure that those.
I promise you.
Okay.
I really want you to pull these texts because all the stuff I've been telling you will sync up.
And I hope we can. I haven't been very lucky with your partnership.
Any of this was because she put it in your head or asked you to, or
she never. I mean, this whole relationship contributed to it.
Sure,
but she didn't want to.
I mean, was it ever like, I wish you didn't have kids. I want to have, kids of my own with you. Like,
She never knew if she wanted to have kids, but she said that, at one point she said, I'd like to give you a son.
did she know that Shanann was pregnant with a boy?
No.
Did she know Shanann was pregnant?
No.
And why is that? You just didn't tell her?
I didn't know, because we had met.
But Shanann put that on Facebook.
That's
how did she not see
I
that?
don't know. Maybe she did. She just was waiting for me to tell her, or she put it out of her head.
On July 14th, Shanann posted this picture to Facebook. Bought baby Watts, first outfit. July 14th is the same day Miss Kessinger and Watts went to the Mustang Museum and returned to his house, where Miss Kessinger saw a picture of Shanann and one of the girls. She reports that she then tried to convince him to stay with his wife, but he reports she went a little ballistic. It's that same day Miss Kessinger told Watts she'd like to give him his first son.
They have some stuff. Yeah, I mean, they have. They just didn't it? No.
Thank you so much for coming out here with me, Christopher. I'm having a wonderful time. You mean a lot to me, and I'm glad that you're having a blast. I am so out of breath.
Hi. It's me. I guess just call me back when you have a chance. Bye. Hi. It's me. I miss your face. I was just calling to say hi. Call me back. Bye.
I was like, do you have 401k? And he was like, yeah. I was like, do you have 401k? And he was like, yeah. I was like, do you have 401k? And he was like, yeah. And I mean, the reason I ask him this is because if I get into a relationship with somebody, I want to know, like, what kind of baggage that they have. I think that's important if I walk into a situation where I'm like, hey, I have good credit, and I have all these things, and I have all these things, and I have all these things, and I have all these things that I can't tell you like the exact words of the exact conversation at the exact time and place, because it's like we had a lot of conversations. I mean, we talked every single day. So it's like I'm trying to help you guys with the stuff, like the stuff that's more current. I can give you guys a lot more like detail and exact times. But when you're asking me about something that happened 6 weeks ago and exactly what was said, it's like, I mean, I'm sure I can give you a general idea, but to be honest with you, like to pinpoint exact words, it's not going to happen.
I'm not.
Oh, whoops, don't play that again. So, okay, guys. So, hi, guys. Welcome. How's everyone doing tonight? Thank you so much for being here. So, yeah, that intro, I'm glad you liked the intro, Stevie. I think I had played that only once. I made it a little while ago, but I'd only played it once. And, you know, I try to put some sound bites in those intros that, you know, are part of things that we're going to be discussing, little tidbits of information that can be found within the interviews. That, you know, when you start to, you know, pull on those loose ends and unravel them, they, you know, let loose quite a mess at times when we're talking about this one here. So, oh my goodness. So, hi, Rosie. How are you doing? Hi, Curious Rose. Curious Rose. Oh, Curious Rose is going to be the featured guest this evening, if she's still up for it. We do that every now and then. I was just telling someone that on text. Because first of all, I really like to promote her channel because she's awesome and her channel's great. So everybody, if you haven't yet, I'm sure most of you have, definitely go check out Curious Rose, her channel, and subscribe for sure. It's great. And she can actually, when you come up, Rose, why don't you tell people about some things you got going on your channel? Because you can tell them best. So I just put that link up for you, Rose, whenever you're ready. And hi, Tracy Wheeler. How are you? Hi, Ara. Thank you so much for being here and for everything you do. Ara is wonderful. So I'll hear for Ara, who just had a birthday. And Becky Boo, how are you? Hi, MB Gal, blah, blah, blah. So glad that you're here. Again, really nice to see you. Hi, Maggie Bridget, how are you doing? What kind of baggage, NK? Do you mean wife, kids, and bills? Yeah, like it's no mystery that he comes with all of those things, right? You know, it's like she almost has surprise about it. Hi, Sarah. So unmasking, NK covered it. I think episode 5. Man, I have not watched those. So the channel Unmasked did a series a long time ago, Unmasking NK. And guys, it's really good. I've yet to find anything in those. I mean, I haven't scrutinized them in this way. I've watched, you know, some of them a few times, a couple of them once. I think it's like a 9-part series. There's a lot of information. I swear it's the only channel, even on my own channel, I'm including myself. You know, I find things that I get wrong, inaccurate, and I have to go back and correct it. I haven't found anything on that channel that's been factually inaccurate. And I think that's really impressive. So they definitely do their work and do their homework, and they're obviously committed. They do a really good job in delivering accurate information. I very much respect that. So hi, Tracy Wheeler. Should I say hi yet? But hi again if I didn't. Let's see. Hi, Midge. I'm sorry you don't feel good. You too, Joan. I'm sorry you ladies don't feel good. And Joan, thank you for being here and for everything you do. And if you don't feel good, go rest. I'm so happy you're here. It's always great to see you. Kevin's an Esquire now? I didn't know that. Did you just get your JD or have you always been an Esquire? I love that. Kevin Scott Beshnick, Esquire. Maybe he is a lawyer. We didn't know that about him. That would be super cool. I was like, give a 401k? And he was like, yeah. I just noticed Curious Rose. Put that. Hi, Rosie. How are you doing? I was reading your conversation at the end of last live stream that you were having with several different people, Rosie, and you're just such a precious soul. Stay that way. And I'm glad that you're doing okay. Yeah. Hi, Tyler D. How are you? I starred a couple of the comments you left here because I want to talk about them. Yeah. That's funny. Hi, Zena. How are you? I hope you got my text. I just sent you a text, and I hope you understand that and everything. And I'm glad that you made it here. That's awesome. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the heads up on the video. Hi, Green Eyes. How are you? Nice to see you as well. And Tony. Hello, sweet Tony. Always nice to see you here recently. I'm glad you've become part of the community. And who else we have? A couple little bit more. And Stevie, leaving good comments. Thank you so much. Watch the Obsession, that's me. And Kelly Searches Equals Answers. If you're still here, congratulations. I think you just reached 1,000 subscribers. That's amazing. Congratulations, Kel. And everyone also go check out her channel as well. It's Kelly Searches Equals Answers. Hi, Nancy Ann. Oh, I'm so happy you're here. I was just thinking just as we were starting, Nancy, I didn't send you a text. And we also have to talk sometime. I've got some stuff to tell you. My mom came and visited today, and that was awesome. It's the first time she's come here since the cancer diagnosis and the treatment, which she's now over with, and she just looks so good. So we spent the day with her, so that was really special and amazing. So, yeah. Hi, squirrel friend. How are you doing, sweetie? Nice to see you here. I'm going to go up just a little more, and if I missed anyone, I'm so sorry. Say hello, and we'll shout back at ya. Seriously, moderators Joan, Ara, A Curious Rose, Nancy. What other moderators did I see here? Thank you guys so much for everything you do. I really appreciate you guys immensely. And all of you that aren't here, of course, if you're watching this. Hi, Michelle Gardner. All righty. Oops, let's get back to the current time here. My allergies are driving me crazy. I'm like, if I start like, if you're like, oh, there's like snot running down your face or something, somebody just tell me so I can, turn the screen off. It's just like that time of year. My son is that way now too. We're going through lots of tissues. Hi, Nancy MVP. Oh, yeah. Nice to see you, Nancy MVP. Welcome. Let's see. So this evening, well, first of all, let me welcome on A Curious Rose. Hi, Honey Bun. How are you? Nice to see you as well. I'm sorry if I missed you if you were already up here. So everybody, give it up for Honey Bun. And my girl, Nancy Ann. Love my Nancy Ann. It was over Christmas break. I was talking to Nancy Ann a lot. There's like a lot of stuff going on. It's just before a whole bunch of stuff blew up. And my son's quizzing me. He's like, so do you really trust this Nancy Ann person? I was like, I do. I really, really trust her. He's like questioning me. He's like, do you trust her more than this? Do you trust her more than this? Mom, do you trust her more than me? I was like, well, in like different ways. Like she's an adult, she's an adult. I trust her like in adulty ways. It's kind of cute. Oh boy. There you go. Yeah, Unmasking Nichol Kessinger. So Ara just left a link for it. I always recommend that channel and many others. So, all right, here's Rose. Hi, Rose. How are you doing, sweetheart?
Hi, Kelly. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. It's so nice to have you here. I always love it when you're coming on panel. It's a special night.
I love it too. I love hearing those bunnies are running around tonight. I hear them.
Yes, they are. I didn't get to they didn't get all their, I'm always like walking around, feeding them. I'm like, don't worry, I'm going to give you guys everything you need. Everyone's going to get everything you need, so it's like water, hay, their little food pellets, cleaning out their, oh my gosh, they're just
so cute.
Yeah.
They are. They're precious.
Maybe I'll grab a bunny. Let me grab a bunny.
Yes. Oh my gosh. It's always a good night when you grab a bunny.
It is.
We love
Oh, there we go. I bent over. My nose starts running though. Okay.
Let's see.
Oh my gosh. Does anyone else have crazy allergies right now? It's like
I start
every year.
Yeah, I usually start the end of August with them, Kelly, so I feel your pain.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. And then I don't know, there's another, this is usually the worst though.
Oh gosh.
So here we have this. Oh my god. Look how big my thumpers are. I got really big thumpers. I got these big little thumpers. Oh, she's so beautiful.
She's beautiful.
Hey.
Look at those paws. I love those thumpers. Oh, I'm in love.
These are the perfect little bunnies we breed. Oh, she just gave me kisses. You're so sweet. She's like super special. She, when her mom, her name is Sky. She's one of my favorites. And she was the last one to have a litter. So when these guys were just really little, Sky sometimes will just run around the house. She's very well behaved. She doesn't chew wires. She uses a litter box. She's terrific. So I was letting the little babies run around with her. And if I was sitting up, I have like kind of this big chair. I sit at a desk, and then right now I'm on a sofa. But if somewhere where she could possibly jump up, I'd feel a little whoop, and I'd be like, what? I don't have a puppy around here. I look right. She'd be like looking up at me like a little puppy. Like that's not normal. Like she's special. She always comes and jumps up and like sits in your lap.
Look at her snuggling under you.
She's so sweet. She's very sweet.
Oh, I love her.
I know. I used to always hold her. When I had COVID for the second time and I was working from home, I was like always hold her in the crook of my arm. So she's getting a little bigger now. She's in my lap, honey.
Her eyes are beautiful. Such pretty blue.
That's that like special gene that they have. That's how we compassionately breed them. So
she's gorgeous, Kelly.
Yeah. Thanks. So tell me about what the plans are for your channel, by the way. Let's hear about that.
This weekend I'll call Kathleen.
Okay. And tell everyone about that a little bit. Just in case people are watching the replay and they don't know.
Molson Man, who's a great friend, had
Most
corresponded
man.
with her. I know he's not here now. I texted him earlier, but he had email, like an email type correspondence with her, like a friendship in that sense. And he said, I'm going to email her, see if she'll come on your show. And I thought, oh my gosh, that would be never even really given it a second thought because I figured she's so busy.
Now, Rose is talking about Kathleen Houston,
Yeah.
who is the woman who wrote the book Blood and Marriage. And I think she was the ghostwriter for Cindy Watts' narrative story, the book All My Broken Pieces. So
she was
the
for both, yeah. She really
okay,
wrote.
yeah.
Cindy didn't write either. She was writing on both. She did the
wrote her
writing
story, yeah. So
that original one, they leaked it, and that upset her.
Okay, that's right. And then they had like a falling out for a lot of reasons, it sounds like. So on Rose's channel, guys, I still have another part to read of All My Broken Pieces, which is very short compared to Blood and Marriage, which is the book that Curious Rose read all of. Really, in Blood and Marriage, there is All My Broken Pieces. So you can really just go over to her channel, listen to that one. Because it's a little bit redundant. But yeah, so it's really I've listened to your live streams where you read it now twice. And it's so much more information than I had ever known about what Cindy Watts saw or felt or put out there.
Right.
So that's the author Rose is talking about.
Yeah, none of us knew all the information in that book because not many of us even heard of it.
No, I
had no idea. When Wilson said, I've never even heard of that. How is that possible? He knows everything with true crime. So, I mean, the minute I started reading it, I couldn't stop. I just could not stop. And I thought, maybe everyone would enjoy to have it read to them.
Oh my gosh. Everyone that mentions it, Rose, just loves it. And they love how you read it and you were like really with the story. And Nancy says she calls Chris Watts Pennywise, LOL.
She does. I did it.
Yeah. I think that's really funny.
Oh, it's funny though, but it would have, just took us into their world on a whole other level.
Yeah.
Where you truly felt compassion on both sides for different reasons throughout their entire courtship. And, for us looking back at it now, we're all like holding our huge red flags up. Unfortunately, it wasn't like that at the time it was all happening.
It's so different in retrospect, right?
It truly is. But it's a gift to be able to read it and maybe talk about it, and who knows, prevent something or maybe empower someone to get out of a bad relationship.
That's right. And I definitely do not want to belabor the point whatsoever, but in the story of Chris and Shanann Watts and the family and everything that goes into this, guys, there really are a lot of most people learn lessons in life not by reading things in a textbook. People say there's an emotional intelligence than like intellectual or textbook smart, right? But it's through those examples, it's through seeing those real life examples and hearing people's real accounts that touch your heart and that you can relate to, is like how we reflect on ourselves and learn more about ourselves and how to contribute to this life and this world and be more comfortable within ourselves and to make our lives more fulfilling and our families' lives more fulfilling. So it's really, I think it's really important stuff.
I do too. I don't think it's something that should be looked on negatively or that we're trying to ever rip at anyone, because that's never the reason why I would want to do anything would be to just rip at someone. That's for darn sure. And I know you're the same way.
Exactly. And it's like, why put a double? I know. I'm putting the link right now, guys, in chat to A Curious Rose reading Blood and Marriage. So don't get intimidated. It's a long one. This live stream's like 8 hours long, but you can watch it in chunks.
Oh yeah.
That's what I've done.
The book is 3 lives. The second live is almost 12 hours long, but that is the wedding live. That was when I was reading the wedding and no one wanted us to stop. They're like, keep going, because you just crazy. I didn't see that coming.
So much I did not know.
Yikes. So it's a bit long, but that is the good thing with replays. Just read it just as much as you can handle it at a time.
That's right. I had someone comment the other day about, the last live stream, it was way too long, and I need to get away from, just for myself, for my own like sleep pattern or whatever, but their comment was like, critical in a million different ways, but the length of this live stream is unacceptable. I'm like,
What?
right? And I was like,
God.
and what I do, guys, in case you don't know this, for every live stream I do, there's always an uploaded video that's not a live stream, anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour, a video that I've edited and created and put a lot of work into, that goes along with that live stream. They're kind of companions. So there's a little something for everyone, and I'm like, well, wow, I'm so sorry. That's not acceptable to you, man.
Right. Yeah. Don't accept it. Then I didn't ask you to stay on here for 12 hours live. This is just my pace right now. The momentum's up. I'm going with it because
I know. I was like, I don't want to be on there for 6 hours either, but that's what happened. And,
you don't need to be critical over what times we're going live. Maybe you're only live for the whole week, or maybe you may have a next live the next day. That's your channel. And I don't know. I don't know those people feel better being mean like that. It doesn't get
Exactly.
That's okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So,
So yes.
So you're going to be talking to Kathleen Houston this weekend, or so, and then scheduling something.
She was finishing up the Murdoch mystery. She's writing about the whole Murdoch mysteries now. So she's hoping to be done within the next, like the past 2 weeks, if she really stayed on track. So we're going to see. I said, well, then how is it if I just call you on this weekend? We'll see where you're at and take it from there. And she said that would be great. So we'll see where she's at with that. It has to go through editing and everything, but she was hoping if she stayed on course within the next 3 weeks, she'd be able to just have some time to breathe. So I'm looking forward to at least.
Well, I'm so excited to hear you talk. I'm so excited that you're having her on your channel. It's like a big deal. So I can't wait to.
She's really lovely. Yeah, lovely lady too, sweetheart. So it'll be nice.
Good storyteller too. She tells the story in a way where you really feel it.
Oh my goodness! I read her How My Husband Killed Me, where she combines the murders. She writes on all Natalie Wood, Nicole Brown Simpson, and then 2 others that were like aristocrat type killings. And man, the insight she gives you, like you said, it's just different, and you see it in a whole other way. You want to go back, you want to read it again. She's great. She's just great. So I'm really looking forward to asking her questions about being in the middle of that whole Watts circus at the beginning when it was really wild.
Oh, I know. It really was.
So yeah, we'll see. I'm curious because she said, whatever you want to ask, just ask. It's your show, and I'll be there. So she just seems.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great. That's like the best kind of guest to have. Someone who doesn't have like, we have to do this, and we have to say this, and Yeah.
Oh, good, Joan. Yeah, anything I've read with her so far is great. So I'm just looking forward to reading more of her stuff.
That's awesome. So, hi, DC Primetime. How are you, sweetie? And hi, John McSmith. How are you? Thank you for sticking up for me in a comment section a little while ago. That was very wonderful of you. Hi, Leatherface. How are you doing? Nice to see you. And let's see. Let me just say hi to a couple other people that I think just joined, and then we should move along. Hi, Denise. How are you? Welcome. So Denise says, I listened and enjoyed it. A Curious Rose.
Denise
awesome.
She always leaves nice comments. Thank you.
Oh, that's nice.
Everyone here has come over to my channel, and they really enjoyed the book.
That's great. That's awesome.
So thank you.
And hey, Ho-Chi. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie.
Thank you for supporting me through the process and having your subs become my subs. It's been a wonderful.
Yeah, man. They should. You're great.
It's been great both ways. Thank you.
And hi, Ho-Chi Winner. How are you doing, my friend? Nice to see you here as well. And also Mia M. Hello, Mia M. And let's see. And Margaret, yes, I do that. We do breed the rabbits. They do, we do sell them. Now, when I say that, I just need to say this. Mm-hmm. I always require, if I don't know the person, I always require references. Like I make sure, like I give them a whole contract that says I reserve the right to do a home inspection or have someone do it if I think it's necessary. If it gets to that point, they won't get a rabbit because I don't feel okay about giving a living thing to somebody unless I really feel like this is a person that's going to give this living thing a
Right.
nice life, you know?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And then, and then we also have a foster program because, you know, your local ASPCA, you know, they'll take care of animals like dogs and cats, but not so much rabbits. And it makes sense. They can only do so much. So I partner with them to help foster the rabbits. And then we also put rabbits into special education programs, nursing homes, and things like residential homes for like troubled, mostly teens. It's like therapy pets. So,
It is.
Yeah,
it is. I love that idea.
so we do all of that. And it's when I say we, it's just me and my son.
Yeah, pet
Hi,
therapy.
Aggie. How are you? And she says, oh my gosh, the wedding story. So you must have read or heard that. Yeah.
Oh, God, Aggie. Hope you're okay.
Oh my gosh.
We got through it.
Oh, Joan, that's nice. She says, I've never seen healthy looking bunnies like yours. Thank you. That's a huge compliment. I really appreciate that. We strive to, above all things, make sure that the rabbitry is humane and that these animals are truly loved.
They are
So,
yes.
When sometimes it means we have 31 rabbits at once, which is like right now. So if anybody wants a rabbit, like just come pick one up.
Oh my goodness.
Gosh, you transport it, you can have it. Hi, Diana. How are you? Nice to see you. Okay, so, all right. So what we're going to be listening to tonight, it's a little bit backwards, but, you know, not the last live stream, but the one before that, the redacted files live stream. I read through the transcript of what was really the second part of the interview that we're going to listen to in its audio form today. So we're going to hear Nichol Kessinger in her own words and in her own voice. Woohoo! And what I read, I put out as just an uploaded video, and we also did a live stream on it, was the second part that was redacted, or it just, the audio cut off, interestingly enough, just before things started getting a little bit controversial. So this is really the first half to that. Now, there's plenty of juicy information in this too. I listened to it twice in the past 2 days to kind of like think about what I really wanted to pull out and talk to you guys about. And I was like, man, this, you know, she packs a lot of density, and all of the words that she says, you know, when you start to pick through it, there are layers upon weird, nonsensical, mysterious, you really don't buy it, something strange is going on there, layers. You know what I mean? So, and that was actually where that, the person who commented about not, I think, unacceptable length of the live stream, it started out that it was, and I want to mention this because I thought about this beforehand, and I want to mention this because I don't want anyone to think was being disrespectful. When I read the transcript of Nichol Kessinger being interviewed by Kevin Kovac, there's two different voices. Now, I should have called one of our men here, or even our ladies here, and had them read the script with me, but I didn't. So I was like, how, you know, I started recording and saying, Kevin Kovac, Nichol Kessinger, and that just, it when I listened to it myself, I was like, it made it make no sense.
Yeah.
So I did the Kevin Kovac voice like this. Right. And the Nichol Kessinger voice really was my voice, but she says like so much, it just took on that, you know, very, very Valley Girl way of speaking. So, you know, I really got schooled on that. And that if, you know, I want to work on my acting skills, maybe I could volunteer for a local theater guild.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I was like, that's not what I was going for. It was just really crazy. So please know, I wasn't meaning to be disrespectful by using those different voices. There just is no audio available, that part of the interview. And I was trying to make it clear to the listener who was speaking, because they communicated in a very bizarre way. And it's hard to follow, you know?
Yeah, it's a bit, you can maybe lighten it up a bit and just keep our attention focused by alternating voices. So yeah, it has nothing to do with your acting skills. It's just the tone of your voice, changing it up, I think helps.
Yeah. So yeah. And I had that thought, I'm like, I hope this doesn't come across as being disrespectful. And then it was only that one comment, but now I feel like I have to make it clear to people, because I just would never want anyone to think that was my intention. My God.
No, never felt that way.
I'm glad. Hi, T. Andrews. How are you doing? Nice to see you. All right. So, yeah, they were our it's precious, isn't it? Oh, thank you, Becky. I'm glad. So, all right, let me bring this into the stream. So, let's see. And I did also just upload just this interview as a standalone. If you find this live stream to be an unacceptable length. And that's available too. So it's just uploaded, and it says has a similar similar thumbnail to this live stream, but it says interview only in bright yellow. Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. There we go. I think that's it. Yeah. All right, so I'm just gonna start playing it, and if you want to say something, just start talking. I will try to hear you and stop it. Welcome back to Watts, the Obsession. This is a recording of an interview between Chris Watts' former mistress, Nichol Kessinger, and Kevin Kobach. It's a phone interview from August 21st, 2018. Now, the recorded portion of this interview is about the first half, maybe a little more, of the total phone interview between Miss Kessinger and Kevin Kobach from August 21st, 2018. The latter portion of the interview was mysteriously cut off, and my reading of the transcript of that redacted. I have to stop this for this really great comment. Tyler D says, Nicole speaks like her brain is using autocorrect. That's exactly what it's like.
Oh, that's
it's like
so
she keeps stopping and like going back, almost like she in her mind is like going back, delete, refine. But like it's like we can hear all of that.
Yeah.
Hear all of that.
Yeah.
It's not just all in your head.
Right.
I think that's why it sounds a little crazy.
Yeah.
It's a really good point. Well said, Tyler D. Yeah. Audio will be linked at the end of this video if you would like to get an idea of what the interview was like in its entirety. Please leave a comment and let me know what you think about what Miss Kessinger told Kevin Kobach during this phone interview. Was she being honest? What stood out to you most? If you were Kevin Kobach, what would you have questioned her more on? I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about that. I'd really like to hear John McSmith answer that question.
Yeah. Yeah.
Today is August 21st, 2018. This is Agent Kevin Kobach from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, placing a phone call to Nichol Kessinger, also known as Nikki, at 720-656-9605. The current time is 6:45 p.m.
Hello?
Hi, Nikki. It's Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
How are you?
I'm okay.
All right. I'm running a recorder, so you know.
Rose, don't you get the feeling just from the tone of his voice, he's like, oh man, I'm in for it. When he hears what she sounds like, Rose?
Definitely. I definitely think he's like, I'm done for.
I'm done. He's like, this is it.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh man. She's going to talk. What does their dad say? The little thinking. Yeah. I used to be 400 words. Man. I actually, whatever he said, I looked up like a normal speech pattern. And it's like, it sounded like it probably, like I think that he was reciting actual data that they found out about her talking, which I really believe would be through a psychological evaluation. I don't know that to be true for sure, but I'm not sure why else you would have that done.
I don't think there's any reason.
No, I don't think so either. But that, he really knew that. I mean, the way that she speaks is crazy. It was interesting to me to listen throughout this interview, and also this is the second to the last of a total of 5 interviews. And then also the very last interview, the one that's on camera from the 23rd, when she goes to bring back her phone, you really hear his annoyance and how many times he tries to end the conversation to no avail, you know? So listen for that.
Okay, definitely. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want you to introduce yourself again for the tape recorder. Just say your legal name for me, and then we'll get started.
Okay, it's Nichol Kessinger.
And your birthday, Nicole?
July 3rd, 1988.
And you go...
I'm sorry. This really stood out to me today. I'm not going to stop every 2 seconds, I promise. But when she said her birthday was July 3rd, 1988. So that meant that 2018, on July 4th, when they had just started dating, she was turning 30. So a couple things, guys. I think, and this is just me speculating, okay? And I'd like to know what you guys think. You know, I will tell you a personal story. I had my son when I was 29, but I was not married. And I know even in that situation, as I was turning 30, I just had my son a few months before.
Me too.
I was realizing, really?
I was 30 when I had Nico, and Vito and I were not married. Correct.
So crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was still feeling like that. Oh my! As much as I resisted it, and I knew that this is not the right way to think. I'm turning 30. I'm not married. I was feeling that pressure to like find a proper suitor to marry. You know, I denied it. I wouldn't admit it to anybody, but I remember how I felt. I remember going through all of this. I'm sure, I believe that she was really feeling that. Another thing about her turning 30 on that July 4th when they were together, that kind of to me adds to the drama of that whole situation on July 4th when Chris Watts woke up in her house and Shanann had called 10 times and she was in the shower and he's like, peace out, I got to go home. My wife is freaking out. She can't call again when I'm here. You know, that was like the evening of her 30th birthday. And that morning he pieces out on her like that. I was kind of like, what a dick, even though, you know, I don't like, you know, NK is not my favorite. I mean, but to both of them, but that would be hurtful. It kind of made me more understand why she might get really upset. It's like, dude, it's my 30th birthday. You know, like it was supposed to be a special thing. And I don't know.
I do agree, but I also agree that I would never be second to anyone. I just
You don't want to be second fiddle. No.
She allowed whatever happened, whatever way. So at 30,
that's right. She was choosing to spend her 30th birthday with somebody who was having her as sloppy seconds when
that's on her.
Yeah, that's on her. Very good point. Yeah. What do you guys in chat think? Let us know. All right, I'm gonna keep playing this.
By Nikki, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All righty. So you texted me this morning. We had a brief conversation regarding some new information that you remembered from just reflecting on what's been going on with this case. So you want to start with that? So did you write some things down?
I did. So they're kind of out of order. They kind of just are as they came to my head.
Sure.
So we'll go over them in the order that I wrote them down.
That's fine.
So I was thinking about the whole, what is the name of the stuff she sold for Lavelle?
Thrive.
I'm sorry?
Thrive.
Like she's going to remember the parent company's name, Lavelle. What is it that she sold for Lavelle, but not remember Thrive, the actual product? I mean, it's just so contrived.
So immature.
So immature. One small detail, but we note it.
Right.
Thrive, that's right. I was like, it starts with a T and I'm trying to blank. So I started thinking about this whole Thrive thing because I remember that we spoke at the end of last week and you were asking what I thought of it. And I made it clear that I didn't understand.
I'm sorry, just one other thing. I actually had to look this up to be sure. Somebody asked, this is a good question, by the way. And I'd like if you would please expand on this a little more. Hochi Winter, of course, says, was Coder the one who interviewed NA? Now, this guy right here who interviewed Nichol Kessinger is Kobach, okay?
Right.
Coder is the little dude who interviewed Chris Watts along with Tammy Lee.
Right.
It was Colback, the one who interviewed Nichol Kessinger, that also interviewed Nicole Atkinson.
Yeah.
So Ho Chi Winner says, was Coder the one who interviewed N.A., Nicole Atkinson? He definitely had a different manner towards N.K. So the same guy interviewed Nicole Atkinson and Nicole Kessinger. So for those that might be interesting to listen to his interview with her next, to compare the difference, his demeanor with each of them. That's a really good point, Ho Chi Winner.
It is a good point. Two totally different approaches.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm just going to say it because I say it every chance I get. I believe Nicole Atkinson is completely innocent of doing anything wrong other than maybe, and this isn't wrong, getting nervous when she's being questioned by law enforcement when something really scary is going on in her life with someone she's very close with. Mm-hmm. I know that some people like to cast doubt on her and make it sound as though she did something sinister. I don't believe it all. In fact, I've made it the official stance of the channel that we believe Nicole, no, it's really, but I really believe she didn't do anything wrong, guys. And when she did misstate something, it's just because she was confused. And I think she wasn't paying like minute attention to every little detail because she didn't know how things were going to end out. She didn't know this was going to go down in the history books as being this horrific, serious, tragic event, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
You think so? Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
All right. Let me try to continue and listen to
it. And the reason I had a hard time understanding it was because I didn't understand how people who were living sedentary lifestyles and had poor diets were losing so much weight on this.
So she's just being a bitch here.
Oh,
this is a slight. This is a jab at Shanann, and
sedentary. Oof.
She does it time and time again. You know, in what it sounds to me, what she's saying, Shanann's lazy. She's saying maybe she was a little overweight or sluggish or sloth-like, or and I mean, the woman had just been murdered by a man you were having an affair with, and everybody thinks, Kessinger, if you do not know that for yourself, although I think you do, that you very much had something to do with that murder. So
yeah.
It definitely raises my blood pressure to hear her talk like that.
Yeah, she's only known him with Shanann being pregnant, if that's truly the only time she knew him. Right. Was from whatever it was. They're saying May, June, July, whatever. Well, Shanann was only pregnant then when you've been stalking or watching her, unless you've been watching her prior. So you've only known her as a pregnant woman. Give her a little break.
That's right. That's right. And Rose, am I reading this correctly? John McSmith says NK's sus and her story is sketch.
Yeah, he's been changing a lot lately with the NK. The whole.
Do you have that GI bot, John? No, okay. Wow. He's been changing. All right, evolving.
Yep.
See, people's views to evolve.
Seen the light.
Nice. Proud of you, John. I knew you'd come around.
We love you.
Program, and Chris was never able to tell me what was in it. Like not always, but when we first met, he was like, "You should try this stuff. You should try this stuff," and I never wanted to. I was uncomfortable with it because I didn't know what it was. And I even had looked on their website and I still didn't completely understand it. And so I just I stayed away from that. And not only that, I mean, he told me, the only things he pretty much told me is it gives you energy and it's like a weight loss supplement. And I'm not trying to lose any weight. Like, I don't need that. And I didn't feel like I needed the energy either. So he never pushed it again. And I never, like, he always wore the Thrive patches, and I never questioned it. It was like what he did. But one thing I do remember him mentioning to me when he first tried to introduce me to Thrive was that you needed one patch a day. And when he would hang out with me, he always wore two.
Okay.
Now, let me just pause there because I've clarified this before, because I actually did try all these Thrive products. Now, I have shared with you guys, I did try the Duo burn patches.
Right.
And I had to stop using them because I was not trying to lose weight. I was actually just trying out the whole Thrive experience as part of researching this case, like making myself the guinea pig, which I don't recommend doing. Actually, that was a bad idea, but retrospect, you know.
I did it too.
So
Through Nichol Kessinger, I called her and she sent me the whole.
Oh, there you go. All right, cool.
Facebook Messenger. That was 3 years ago, but I didn't
Well,
like
what I found out though was that apparently the Thrive products are actually. I did ask my rheumatologist, or I did ask one of my doctors, and my rheumatologist said if you have lupus, it's going to exacerbate it. So I was kind of embarrassed that I made that mistake, stupidly to. But anyway, I stopped using the Duo Burn patches because it was making me sweat all the time. I was hot. It really was raising my core body temperature. I felt it. But the Duo Burn patches, they're meant, Duo means two.
It's a two-step process.
You wear one on each side of your body. So the Duo Burn patches, Miss Kessinger, are meant to be worn 2 at a time.
Yeah, she didn't research enough.
She didn't. I mean, she's so friendly with Google. It surprises me she didn't figure that one out. She's really shot an A+ in that Google search keyboarding class.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, found some pretty wedding dresses and everything,
amongst other things.
Yes, 2 of several things. Let's move on.
Let's.
Double this, double that.
And I don't know.
Do you remember where he wore them?
Yeah, so he would usually wear one on his left bicep area, and then sometimes he would wear another one on the right side in the same spot.
Exactly as prescribed.
He would wear it on his lower back.
Okay.
But he always had 2, and I remember thinking I thought you only needed one of these. Why are you using 2? And I never questioned it because for me, I never questioned him about it because to me, I just felt like since I wasn't involved with that program and I didn't want to be involved, it wasn't really my position to question him.
Sure.
And now I know that there's also supplements that go with it. There's a pill and a morning shaker. There's a lot of stuff that goes with it, but there's a daily routine of 3 or 4 items that you are supposed to take. Now, was he doubling up on those other items? I am not sure.
Was he following? Do you know if he was following the complete routine?
As far as I know, he was following it, and he had told me that is why he lost a bunch of weight. He said that the reason he lost so much weight was all because of Thrive. And then he said that at some point a few months ago, he had started getting stagnant with the weight loss. And so that is when he decided that he was going to start working out again. And that's when he decided he wanted to start eating healthy as well, because he was realizing that he'd plateaued and he still wanted to continue with his fitness. But I think he was realizing maybe a diet, a healthy diet and exercise is what I need at this point. So that was the avenue that he was starting to go down, and he'd been going down by the time I met him. But he was still doing the Thrive on top of it.
Okay.
So the thing that caught my attention about this recently when I was thinking about it is the fact that I think maybe the reason he was doing the 2-a-days, and this is just speculation, is because it had plateaued. So maybe he was doubling up because he thought it had plateaued. So the reason that this comes to my attention is because of his weight loss. So he lost 13 pounds in about 5 weeks. In fact, I can give you the dates. He lost 13 pounds from July 4th to August 11th is how much weight he lost. Because July 4th was the day that I went to his house and sat down with him and asked him, how much do you weigh? And he asked me, can you just look at my macros and see how much protein people my size would usually.
She never fessed up about why she was really at his house on July 4th and how that all went down.
And she never will.
She never will. No.
No.
So there is, let's see. I have a picture here because I just doubt everything this woman says. Oh, I don't see the date. Let's see. I can't really see the date on it. But, well, let me just show you what I'm looking at here. So now I believe, and there's another picture, I think I'm going to be able to find the date on it. So I do believe that, oops, well, we'll go back to it. This picture is before they supposedly met or right around that time. I'm pretty sure it's before. So here's, like Chris Watts working out. I mean, there are pictures where you can compare what he looked like then to a next time. And I just think maybe it is or maybe it is not a big deal. I think she's just here we go. She's exaggerating everything because she needs for them to focus on things other than her shade,
Mm-hmm.
So this picture of Watts is from January 27th. So, you can't see him fully and, whatever, but it's not like even between January to August, it's not like, wow, look how much he shrunk. He was in like good shape here. He looks rather slender here, so.
But he was a runner also, and he was practicing for a marathon.
That's right.
Yeah, they don't have any fat on them.
No.
So she's just talking out of her, you know what? It's ridiculous.
Out of her double penetration.
Oh, yes, that hole. It's really, it's obnoxious.
It really is. I mean, yeah, it is. And, I'm kind of venting here, guys. I didn't mean for it to be this, but here it is. The thing that's really so irritating, like viscerally irritating and hard to listen to, is how she's like, I really want to help you guys. I really want to help you guys. But all she's doing is throwing obstruction and distraction and destruction in the path of justice for these helpless, innocent victims. It's just disgusting,
Yeah.
Not good.
No.
All that just asked me to glance at it, so that's why I went over there.
So that's when you say his house, that's his house in Frederick that he shared with Shanann.
Yes, that's the one that I told you guys I went to on the 4th, and that was why I went there, was to sit down with him that morning of the 4th and just discuss his goals, and again, I'm not a fitness trainer, so he already had an idea in mind. He was just asking me, can you just glance at this and tell me what you think, since you pay some attention to things. So anyways,
I'm going to ask you, I think I already asked you and we discussed this once, but July 4th was the first time you went to his house, and then I think you said the following Monday or Sunday was the second and final time you'd been to his home?
it was a Saturday, and I'll have to look it up. It was either it was.
Oh, Nikki Hatfield just joined your channel, Rose.
That's July. So the 4th, and then that week can be, I think, and I will double check this, but I'm pretty sure, I know for a fact I was at his house on July 4th, and I think the second time I went to his house was Saturday the 14th.
Okay, and those are, if I remember right, you only had been there 2 times, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to go back. After that second time that I was there, it was I don't want to be at this house. If you want to hang out, come to my house. So the 14th was the last time I was there.
Okay.
But back to this, so the Thrive thing. So I was kind of concerned that he was losing so much weight, but I also wasn't, because he was
I just want to answer a question here. So, hi, Tabitha Jane. How are you doing? Welcome, sweetheart. Hi, Patty. How are you? Welcome. Hi, Shannon. How are you doing? Welcome. And Patty says, is Thrive like the old diet pills with Jefferson? No. Those ones have ephedra in them, or amphetamine. Ephedra and amphetamine have a similar effect on the body, right, Nurse Rose?
They have the same.
So, and I mean, those are, go ahead.
They have the same property. Yeah, you're correct.
Okay. So that would be correct me if I'm wrong, your typical kind of speed, right?
Yeah, increase your heart rate, everything that's going to make cardiac.
So the dual burn patches have more of a thermogenic effect. So that's going to increase your core body temperature, but it's not going to necessarily increase your heart rate and respiration is a primary effect. It might be a secondary like effect because your core body temperature is increasing. This is how I understand it. So it's not as, it doesn't have the potential to do is severe damage on an acute level, like quickly, is like an ephedra or an amphetamine would.
Right.
Do you think that's about accurate?
Oh, that's, yeah, that you couldn't have said it better. I mean, ephedra, people started dropping like flies.
Yeah. So ephedra and amphetamine, and things like ADHD medications have amphetamines in them, but hopefully a person is taking it under doctor's care as prescribed. And there are a lot of studies that show that it does improve certain difficulties with learning and concentration, things like this. But those old diet pills, first of all, they were really unregulated, so there might be a different amount from one batch to the next. So you might get one, bottle of those pills, and it has a certain amount of that, kind of speed chemical in it per pill. And then the next one you get, it might have double, triple, and you're still taking the same thing, not realizing that you're taking so much. And that's one reason that those were so dangerous. From my understanding and my experience, Thrive is not like that.
No, too different.
Yeah, definitely too different. Okay. So people ask that question a lot, so I wanted to stop and address it.
I agree.
Kind of fine-tuning his diet, but it was enough for me to look at it. Because I was like, well, I mean, it wasn't like a severe weight loss, but it was kind of fast. So I was like, okay, well, are you getting enough calories? What's going on? And I couldn't figure it out because I was looking at what he was eating, and it was like healthy proteins and vegetables, and he was eating a decent amount of food. And I'm just like, how is this man losing so much weight? And then I started thinking about it the other day, and I'm like, oh my God, it's because he was like doubling up on all the Thrive stuff, and he was starting to eat really healthy. So that, I think, is.
So did you see a change in him personally during that time from July 4th, or pardon me, July 4th to August 11th when he lost that kind of weight?
What did you say? What was the question you asked?
Did you see a lot of change in him? Like, not physical change, but was his personality different, or was it just the weight loss?
No, it was just the weight loss. Like, okay. I didn't think he was any different. But this is the one thing that I wanted to point out to you guys, was that he was always this way. I just want to state that right now. Like, this was not something that started at any certain point. But from the first time that we started hanging out, he always had a ridiculous amount of energy. And it wasn't that he was like super high strung and bouncing off the walls. It was that he could stay up. He like didn't need to sleep. And he was always that way. Like, when we would hang out, oh my God, I would try to get him to go to bed at like 10 o'clock every night. I'm like, if you're going to stay here, you need to go to bed at like 10, because I have to get up and go to work in the morning, and so do you. And he would keep me up like every night. And we usually, I would say, I mean, it kind of fluctuated, but typically I would say that we went to bed somewhere, when he stayed the night at my house on those nights, somewhere between 11 o'clock and midnight every night. And it used to bug me because it was like, I was so tired.
What time did you wake?
Go to bed.
What time did you usually wake up?
It kind of depended on the day and what I had going on at work, but I would say in between 4:30 and 5 is like a pretty accurate assumption of when I'm supposed to get up for work.
Okay.
Now,
right.
So I mean, and so what I would do is I would go.
So a couple things. So Patty, these are good questions. I don't know if you watched this video I put out, I don't know, like a month or two ago about Thrive and MLM. I'm putting the link in the chat right now, and there's more information out there on this channel and many others. Really great information. I always think, again, here is Chris Watts, former Mistress, making this big deal about nothing. I think, like, yes, he was on this, nutrition, quote unquote, program that is designed to give you more energy. He was working out, he was eating healthy. So we all know that those things are going to tend to give you more energy in your day-to-day life. Now, again, I will go in there and admit that, times when you have just, especially when I was younger, just gotten a new relationship and you're really like head over heels with this person. I can remember going to work exhausted because I wanted to spend as much time as I could with this man, in the evening before, I attribute that to why he was so hyped up and never wanted to go to sleep and just wanted to talk to her.
Yes.
He was so freaking into this enchilada.
Yeah,
Empanada.
I agree. I was the same way. You're excited about this new. I wasn't even tired. I remember not even getting more than 4 or 5 hours sleep and not feeling tired. You're on that high. You're on that high. So I don't know what she's. Obviously, she wasn't feeling it for him. I don't know.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. No, I'm glad we're on the same page about that because I'm like, here she goes again, chirping about nothing, about something that everybody experiences and everyone knows is like a normal thing.
Right.
It's just, her throwing more shade on her shade. It's just
absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Shannon says, NK uses 10 words just to say no. She sure does. Man, and reading that transcript of the interview with her and Kevin Kovac, that's the second part of this interview that is not available in audio, I really realized it. I was like, the way these people are communicating, I just want to start grunting like a caveman. It was like, it was crazy. Yes, John McSmith, he has become so wise. It must be the Pilates and his new healthy back. John McSmith says NK feigns helplessness. She is she fills right into the shoes of the damsel in distress, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. That's a good.
Yeah.
Well said, John.
Yeah, seriously, I'm proud of this man
too.
Yeah, right. Wow. We're gonna have to have a party with empanadas and enchiladas and green drinks and Thrive stickers, as Tabitha says. I like how she says the stickers. Just put some stickers on and oh boy. All right.
Go to work all day, and then when I would get off work, I would sleep. I would go home and nap, and my naps varied in time. Sometimes it was a half an hour, sometimes it was like an hour and a half. It was like whatever my body needed. And then I would get up and I would go to the gym, and then after I got back from the gym, he would come over my house, and it would be the same thing where it was like he would keep me up. And I will tell you, without those naps, there's no way I would have been able to keep up with him. No way. And another thing about that too, and he was always like that, always. And it used to, I could tell like his body wanted to sleep,
very good,
but like his mind couldn't sleep. And the reason that I say that is because he sometimes
that's
I would
awesome,
see
John.
him, like he would keep me up. So I'd be like, all right, well, like let's watch a movie, if you want to hang out. And so we'd be up, and I'd see him like doze off and then like wake right back up, and like doze off and wake right back up.
Okay.
And there was a few times that we were having a conversation, and he would be talking to me, Kevin, he would like fall asleep mid-sentence and wake up like snap.
Yeah, he makes her uncomfortable there
like
by
5 or 10 seconds later.
like saying his name, and he giggles, like, she makes him uncomfortable. And Shannon says, I keep wanting to say Shanann. I'm sorry, it's just the context. Shannon. She says, who cares about her sleep schedule? Exactly. When she goes into like, I slept, sometimes it was 30 minutes, sometimes it was an hour and a half. It was whenever my body needed.
Yes. Thank God.
Like, girl, do you realize there's like anyone in this world other than yourself? I don't think you do. And it makes us all a little bit gray. Yeah, just listen to how she... What's that, honey?
I love her on a first name basis, Kevin.
I know. Listen to how she makes him uncomfortable here.
There's no way I would have been able to keep up with him. No way. And another thing about that too, and he was always like that, always. And it used to, I could tell like his body wanted to sleep, but like his mind couldn't sleep. And the reason that I say that is because he sometimes I would see him, like he would keep me up. So I'd be like, all right, well, like let's watch a movie, if you want to hang out. And so we'd be up, and I'd see him like doze off and then like wake right back up, and like doze off and wake right back up.
Okay.
And there was a few times that we were having a conversation, and he would be talking to me, Kevin, he would like fall asleep mid-sentence and wake up like snap, and he would like snap out of it like 5 or 10 seconds later, and keep talking right where he left off.
That's weird.
Yeah, it always like blew my mind. I was like, this guy must really like me if he is like avoiding sleep to be with me. And it was like, I couldn't do it. Like I napped probably almost every single day after I hung out with him.
Right. Okay. I get.
It was almost. It was like he was on speed.
So you think the Thrive thing contributed to that, or at least his own drive for losing weight and getting in shape, and maybe his attraction to you drove him, because you're pretty physically fit, and he was kind of motivated by that. I think we remember you saying that earlier, that you were trying to help him get in better shape.
Well, and I mean, he was already in good physical shape, and he was already taking care of his health and his diet and the gym. I just think he was like, hey, since you're already in this live a healthy lifestyle, would you be willing to just give me some input? Maybe I can fine tune it.
Yeah, I know, Joan, right? Can you imagine that you are being interviewed by like CBI, like at the state level, like an investigator, for a triple homicide of a pregnant mom and a 3 and 4-year-old little girl, and a man who likely killed his whole family mostly because of you, and you call or text or whatever the investigator in the middle of the night. This is him getting back to her, and this is what you have to say? I mean, where is your sense of like anything? I just
there is no moral compass within this girl.
I know that's why there's a lot of like people just like really expressing disgust for it, and it's hard to get past that. Sometimes I'm like, oh, okay, we all know that but it's so extreme and unbelievable and not humane.
No, it's not humane. You can't. There's no excusing it. There's just
lacking compassion,
and she's one of them. There's no excuse for her lack of empathy on every aspect, unless it's her center. She's the one. She's the victim. Yeah. Otherwise, she just doesn't. She doesn't see it, or she doesn't go there in her mind. Whatever it is,
she's not a well person. Obviously,
no.
This is not a whole human being. No, it's not.
No.
And SM says, no matter how many times I hear NK speak when being interviewed, I can't get over how matter of fact she is when being questioned about the murder, especially of the children. I would be so mortified.
Right.
Exactly. It's just missing something. She's not a whole person, or she's trying so hard to cover up whatever that she's completely affected, or a combination of both.
Could be both.
Yeah.
I think that was some of the motivation for him to stay awake long hours and use maybe multiple patches of Thrive to try to impress you, for lack of better terms.
No, I think it was the Thrive, and I think his body wanted to sleep. I think it really wanted to sleep. I think he legitimately was trying to lose weight, and I think that's what was keeping him up.
Cool.
Because at the end of the day, like, I wanted to sleep, but he just was like really restless and didn't seem like he wanted to. But he always seemed like really respectful of my wishes, so you would think that he would be on board with that. But it was almost like he like couldn't calm his brain, And like I said, he wasn't acting high energy. He just like wouldn't sleep, and I almost think that's what it was. It was almost restless, where it's like, hey, I can't turn off at the end of the night, stay up with me. And he never said that, but that was kind of the impression that I got.
Okay.
And so, and again, the double Thrive patches, I mean, maybe, but I don't really think he was trying to impress me. I mean, he told me like I had plateaued on this stuff, so I think maybe he was like, well, what if I double dip?
Mm-hmm.
So
right, so he's trying to get over.
Sure.
I get it. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think that was a motivated thing for him. I think that was because he was already working on the Thrive thing, and like I said, in his fitness, he was doing all that prior to me being in his life.
Okay.
So and I don't know if he was double patching before I met him. He double patched the whole time I knew him. So I don't know if like that occurred once I came into his life, or if he had already started doing that once he plateaued. I never asked.
Okay.
I just found that really interesting, so I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. and that's the kind of things that I want, when we talked prior, just to get you to recall things that didn't seem out of place then, but when you reflect back may have seemed out of place now with what you know. So
he's trying to contain the scope of what and range of what she feels entitled to just chirp on about, right? Don't you think?
Yeah.
And she's like, I ain't having it. I'm just gonna say whatever I want to say about me.
All about me.
what's next?
I mean, it was scary to me. Like, it was scary that he lost that much weight on that stuff, but I guess a lot of people do.
Why is it so scary to you that he lost a few freaking pounds, but you're not horrified that Shanae, Bella, and Celeste and an unborn baby have been murdered by him?
Right. She can't get over his sleep ethics.
His sleep ethic. There is just such a cognitive dissonance here, a complete disconnection of. I wish I could understand it. It kind of makes me mad and frustrated or something. I can't understand it, but like, I really think she is like a very, very special and the not good way human being. Which is one reason I personally, and I don't know, what do you guys think? Maybe other people do not put anything past her. I think she's like John said, she's freaking sus.
Yeah. And I keep thinking about it, I'm like, it almost seems like it's a drug.
If you look at any diet, though, I mean, I'm not a fitness guy, but if you read about Atkins or any of these other diets, people lose excessive amounts of weights in short periods of time. So, but whatever. I think it's interesting that this Thrive played a part in it. And quite frankly, I am going to get one of these patches to try to figure out what it is. So we'll figure that out at some point. So what's next on your list?
Let's see. So this is Saturday.
So
this
Saturday would have been.
This is Saturday, the 11th of August.
Okay.
Was that the 11th?
Yep.
Okay. This is the night that we attempted to go to the Lazy Dog on 120th and Federal, and we walked in, and I looked at their menu. They tried to feed us, and I looked at their menu, and I was like, I'm not eating here.
Right.
And because, so we went.
So one of the first things I did research-wise, looking into this case, and I actually had started a little video. It doesn't say everything that needed to be said, but I know that I saw some information about it. I know that I have a file somewhere where I wrote down the names of the managers even, which I wouldn't want to make public, but I need to put this together so I can present it to you in a way where you can see it how I saw it. So one of the first research items I did into this case, I think I was actually watching AD a really long time ago before I even knew him to be Armchair Detective or knew him at all or anything. And it just really caught my attention. I think what he was saying, or this is how I read it, I may be wrong. I wasn't as into the case that, in the discovery, the investigators got it wrong, like which Lazy Dog they went to. And there was this issue of they went to one and then another and they got it backwards. And, there could be a difference. And the reason that she said she didn't want to stay at the first one was because of the menu. And one of the things I've done in my adult life is to manage restaurants. I managed 2 different restaurants in between different things that I've done. As you guys know, I've all done a lot of different things. And, so one of them was a restaurant I imagined to be a business set up much like Lazy Dog. I wasn't sure, so I started to look into it. Kind of looked like maybe it was. So I was thinking, well, when that restaurant kind of, I don't know if it was like franchise then or if it was just, I'm not sure what it was incorporated as. It doesn't really matter. But it was something like Lazy Dog structure. There was like 1, 2, 3, 1, then 2, then 3. They didn't have distinctly separate menus. As new owners came in and bought, a location and really, took ownership of it and made it their own and put their signature on it, they might branch out and start differentiating the menu, adding different things, taking away different things, having, like a certain flair of this kind of cuisine or that kind of cuisine. But in general, with restaurants, if you're going to have multiple locations, the best business structure is to keep the menu the same across locations. It's also economical because you can bulk order food, these locations weren't that far from one another. Hope that makes sense. So I needed to look into this because it didn't make sense to me. So I looked up the information in the menus online, and this was not too long after this happened. And then I actually called the different Lazy Dog restaurants that were mentioned in the discovery or in the interviews, whether or not they got them right or they got them wrong. And what I learned from all the people that I talked to was that at that time, kind of just like I was just explaining, across the different locations, they would have the same menu that would change seasonally. The only difference, the variation there might be in the menus between different locations are like special drinks or like some kind of a special appetizer that they're trying to try out. But that would be like featured on, Thursday and Friday happy hour kind of thing. So guys, I mean, I guess until I find this information and I can put it together and present it to you, unless you already know things that corroborate what I'm telling you, I'm just asking you to take my word, which I don't usually do. I'm telling you, I found out, bunny fur in my eye, and I reached a level of certainty where I felt like I had done an exhaustive research and needed to look no further. They did not have different menus. So this is bullshit. And this is so verifiable. It makes me wonder the number of things that she did lie about that were so verifiable that nobody bothered to look into, or they looked into it and turned the other cheek.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. It's just, I think it's a big deal. It is a big deal. And I mean, if you were an investigator and you looked into that, and listen, somebody had to have looked into that, because this was 2 days before the murders. And this is like a key part of her story. Somebody had to have looked into that. There's no other way. They would know that she was lying about this too. So why was that not brought to light,
Mm-hmm. So much wasn't brought to light.
Yeah, I know. Stevie says, can we count the lies? I know, for real. Something is up with a flower pick. Okay, we'll have to bring that up. Coachy Winter says, I think they were spotted by someone who knew Shan Watts. Chris Watts was busted. Very possible. I mean, they were really...
That's a good point.
They were being reckless,
I know. No care about anyone possibly seeing them. That's just bizarre.
They just didn't give a shit. I mean, I know, it's weird. I know. Yes. Okay, so if you know any more about this, Lauren, please say so, because, like I said, I don't like to say, just take me at my word. So if anyone knows more about this, where we can kind of make that more solid, please contribute. So Lauren, and welcome, by the way, says, most restaurants do the same menus, just like Texas Roadhouse or Chili's. Yeah, similar to that. And hi, Green Eyed Bandit. How are you doing? Oh, cool. Awesome. So Green Eyed Bandit says, hello, everybody. Good night. Awesome.
Oh, good night.
I left my opinion where I stand. Awesome. I will definitely check it out. Thank you very much. Thank you for stopping by. Glad that you're here. Yeah. So LZ says, is any of this relevant to any part of the case? Cops must be thinking, okay, can you please get to the point? Any point. All right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Eagly. How are you? Nice to see you. Welcome to chat at What's the Obsession. Yeah, DC Primetime. Why lie about it? Yeah, that's what I never really can speculate, but I can't come to any concrete answer. But I think that's what some people are saying here. Like Diana's saying, oh, well, maybe they saw someone they recognize and had to piece out, and you have to explain that somehow. And Laura Nicole says that's a huge deal. She lied about her whereabouts. That's huge. Exactly. Yeah. Stevie says, it was actually kind of a video suggestion, Kelly. Haha. Can we actually count the lies? Oh, boy. I'm going to need some help on that. That's going to have to be a team collaboration.
Many.
Funny. Yeah. Okay, so Eagly finishes that comment. So that's the first time I listened to her interview. I was like, what is she going on and on about? I don't understand. NK constantly rambling. Yeah. And, as you continue to listen to it and learn more about everything in the context, it makes even less sense, really, Rosie, great point, darling. They didn't verify anything, it appears. Right. Hi, Elizabeth. How are ya? Says another lie, plus deleting text, plus smashing SIM card, plus ping equals guilty, plus lying about why she deleted the text and smashed the SIM card. I mean, that is provable by us. Investigators had to have known that.
Right.
Oh gosh. Hello, the Guster. Welcome. How are ya? Says a polygraph given to NK could have changed everything. Absolutely. Man, I wish. It was, let's see. DC says it was her who wanted to leave, not Watts. Like wanted to leave the restaurant. Is that what you mean?
Oh.
Or you mean Shanann wanted to leave Chris Watts? Can you clarify that, darling? I'm not sure what you mean with that, but I would like to know.
Right. Well, she made it seem like it was her, that she didn't like the menu.
Right, yeah. Oh, so she says she wouldn't care about being recognized. Right. She'd
Right.
be like happy about it. Right. Yeah. Patty Ross says, so has she gone into hiding? Is this case done for her? Well, she has changed her name, and we often remark about how there's, intense interest, at least among the people who are interested in this case. It's intense interest. And literally, she's ghosted. She's ghosted.
The case is closed.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Yeah. Elizabeth says the others in the plan went to a different lazy dog. So, there is a theory out there that Chris Watts and the Mistress were meeting some other people, and initially they arrived at the wrong lazy dog, and the people are like, yo, we're actually at the other one, Bat Signal. Some people speculate that those people are Jim Katowski and Danielle Hadley, her two friends. I don't have any information about that. I've looked for it. I haven't been able to find it. I'm saying some people speculate that. I don't know. It's out there. I don't really have any opinion one way or the other about it.
I don't either.
Yeah. Yeah, Sunflower Santa Fe. It's a good point too. Okay, so then, so Dan says, what if they were out of that specific item on the menu that late in the day? Totally, but why wouldn't she say that? Oh man, I really wanted empanadas, and they were totally out of empanadas and skanky enchiladas, so we had to go to the other location. You know what I mean? But I mean, totally plausible. But that's the thing with her. Why don't freaking mean what you say and say what you mean? There's just so much talk. It's like she's talking you into a whirling dervish. It's wild. Thank you, Ara, darling. Curious Rose. Thank you, Ara. You're the best.
Oh, thanks, Ara.
Yeah, Diana says, I recall NK saying she got the same thing every time she went. Not sure though. I have to revisit. I'm not sure. I think she might talk about it here. I'm not sure.
Mm.
Let's see, how far am I behind? Only 6 minutes. Okay, let me just scoot down, catch up.
Why don't you say what it was that she got then? Everything was so...
Right. Just be clear. She's not clear about anything. She's obscure about everything. And in my opinion, she's trying to obfuscate everything. She's trying to shade everything, make the waters murky. Just freaking be clear about it, get it out there, and then shut up and move along. Let the investigators do their job. No one gives a shit how long your naps were, or how many macros you're willing to eat in a day.
We don't care about that. We do care about where you guys went to eat, the night before these murders happened. So let's get back to that.
Exactly. And we do care about complete justice being served for Shanann, Bella, Cece, and unborn baby Nico, which you, Ms. Kessinger, are obviously intentionally standing in the way of. And that's why so many people have so much disdain for this woman.
Oh, it's like an obstruction of justice. We all see it, yet she got away with it.
Right. And, and even more frustrating is we're all calling it out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it feels almost like the system not working, or
Yeah.
something feels very wrong about it. I don't know how to verbalize it. If I ever figure that out, I'll make you a nice video about it. But you know what I mean?
Yes, we all feel it.
Yeah. Let's see. All right. Okay, let me keep playing this here.
To the other lazy dog, which is actually owned by somebody else, so they have a different menu. So we went to the lazy dog off of, I think it's 144th that I told you guys, and we sat down and we ate, and we were just...
It's on Highway 7, right?
What's up?
Is it on Highway 7?
I don't think so. It's on I-25 and like 144th.
Okay.
I mean, I can look it up.
No, that's okay.
Screenshot it.
I think there's two of them, and I think there was some confusion. One of our guys went, and I just want to make sure he went to the right one. I don't know the lazy dog, but I'll ask him tomorrow. 144th is right by Highway 7.
Okay, well, I don't know that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I had never been to that one. So I think it's 144th. It might be 136th. I will look it up.
Good call, Ara. So Ara says, why did Chris Watts Google the one on the 120th Street? Well, as we all know, he's a big screw up and he messes a lot of things up, obviously. So it may have just been him. But that's a good point to consider in conjunction with all of this chirping that she's doing. Let's see. I don't know. I did something about a couple things about Lazy Dog, but I never looked at that. That kind of information. We know who was searching it. What. That's a really good point, Ara.
I did text Molson because I knew he'd know about the menus. They're the same exact menus. He even visited the Lazy Dog in February 2021, spoke to the manager about it.
Yes.
Exact same menus. He went back in April and July of that same year, same menus, all 3 times.
That maybe he's the person I knew. When I said I had spoken to the general manager, maybe that was him. Tell him I said hello. We got to talk about that. Yeah.
I thanked him. So yeah, sorry, NK.
Yeah, sorry, we gotcha. Wow.
Yeah, sorry on that.
That's a big deal. Did you guys all hear that? So Molson, man. Also spoke with the managers at the Lazy Dog, learned the same information that I did, that they have identical menus, and he visited them and experienced this for himself. That is a big deal.
It's a major February, then April and July 2021. All 3 times, all same menus, on top of him also speaking specifically with managerial staff. Yes, they are always the same menus. Bottom line, nothing further to ask. Bottom line is she lied.
Exactly. And when I spoke with the managerial staff, it was in 2019 for sure. Mm-hmm. So there's, 2 different people researching this across time, knowing the business structure of, newly developing restaurants that are going to franchise out with different owners. This is how it goes. I mean, there's no way investigators did not know this. There's no way.
Right.
So Rosie said something about this, and thank you for reading that from Wilson. I appreciate that, Tom. Thank you.
I did.
Rosie said something about this, and T. Andrew says, guilty people always cover with more details. I mean, that is something that we know. That's a fact. That's something that's studied and observed and evaluated in psychology and also criminology, of course. So yeah, that's fact. Oh, another good one by Ara. She says, and how does she know someone else owns the other? Did she Google that too? WTF. Really good point. Most people would never know that unless you're in the restaurant industry or friends with one of the franchise owners.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good point. Yeah. Hi, Aussie Girl Jen. How are you? Nice to see you, sweetie. She says, franchises stick to the menu given by the franchise. They don't change. It's like Pizza Hut or McDonald's. Yeah. Usually what happens is the business contract will start to change and the owner of a specific location will start to own more of that location until, the majority percent is sometimes flipped and they have majority ownership. And it's a progression of owning the location. So the whole point is, so the restaurants will continue to run in the smooth way that usually the franchise developer
That's
put
right.
a lot of research and trial and error into. So yeah. Ugh. Oh boy. We got to talk more about this.
Right, and I
Okay.
will screenshot you the address, and I will
Quebec goes,
send it so
okay.
that you guys, if you guys need to pull those videos, you
Hi,
can.
Okay.
Alexis, how are ya?
But one thing that I noticed about this is that, so normally when we went out, I try to keep things pretty cheap just to be like respectful. Like I never went to like expensive places or anything, and sometimes I would pay for things, sometimes he would. But when he paid, he would always use these like Anadarko gift cards. Like these little gray gift cards, and they were always like $25 or $50, and they always came in like denominational increments that made sense. And he told me that he got these from Anadarko as rewards for like doing really good stuff at work. And is that true? I don't know. I don't know if, I mean, I know that him and his wife had a lot of financial issues, so I don't know if maybe he's the one who actually wanted to spend all the money, and maybe he was cashing his paycheck in via gift cards so that his wife couldn't track it. I don't know. I don't know. But I think it's something you guys will need to confirm with
were they
Anadarko.
actually in the name of Anadarko? Do you remember, or did he just tell you that they were
would
gift
say,
cards?
No, I've seen them. They
Okay.
say Anadarko on them. They're like little.
We all agree with Melly
silver,
now.
I know.
like credit cards, but they're like gift cards.
So you're just suspicious that potentially he was hiding money from his wife with these gift cards?
Honestly, no. I think Anadarko legitimately gave him these. The oil industry is pretty good about.
So let's see. T. Andrews asks the question, what really are her reasons to lie? What do you think, Rose?
Why do people lie if they're guilty of something?
Right.
For the most part. Why else
Yeah.
is she lying? It's not to save him.
I think, we might have to take a look soon at that 8-page letter that she, submitted to law enforcement. She intended to give it to Kevin Kobach. That's when she found out that her handler, so to speak, changed, and it was going to be Dave Baumhover from there on out for, I think, to me, were kind of obvious reasons. But, well, there's a few possible reasons. But, that entire 8-page letter, I have, scrutinized it and gone through it. Almost every single line, every single word in that letter, I can find no other reason for her to communicate that to law enforcement other than cover my ass.
That's exactly what it is. That's
Yeah.
the only thing it is. There's no real use for it. It doesn't give anything earth-shattering. It's just covering her ass and deterring.
Yes, exactly. Yep, exactly.
When our operators do things that are safe, or they do a really good job at something, they usually provide like gift cards or some sort of incentive for it. Just
So they bonus these guys out if they're doing a good job or being extra, like they have no safety violations and stuff.
Yeah, stuff like that. So it's like they're like safety rewards. So,
Okay.
So do I think they were legitimate? Honestly, yes. I do. That's something you need to confirm with Anadarko though, because I wasn't one of their employees, so I don't know.
Okay.
But I did think to myself, like, if they do have money issues, maybe he was possibly concealing it. But the thing, it's not even the gift cards, I think.
So really quick about this, Rosie, you're super close, honey. You said she Googled Shanann Watts in 2017, then CW in that order. According to what law enforcement released, she Googled Chris Watts in August of 2017. She then Googled Shanann Watts a little less than a month later in September of 2017. And then they also released that she Googled Shanann Watts again in January of 2018, long before these two claimed to have been dating, which, there's a whole thing about that. We, in a live stream recently, we went and found what Rourke had to say about it. And in the end, he, conceded, the only reason that search appears in the discovery is because it's what the forensic investigators found. It's what she did. It's part of her, internet activity, her footprint. And yeah, that's what's up.
Mhm.
So just very, very curious.
Yes, it is.
Oh, thank you, Ara. Discovery, page 1898. I'll keep playing this and I will go ahead and pull that up in case we have any non-believers.
That are like the main focus on this right now for me. The main focus that I wanted to bring to your guys' attention is he always paid with those, always. And
Every
then
time you
on
guys,
the night-
so we talked about this prior, and let's just revisit it. You guys never really went out on a date per se, with the exception of this Saturday night on the 11th. Usually you guys spent time at your home versus going out, unless I'm mistaken on what you're saying.
You are.
Okay.
So we on most nights would hang out at my house, but we went out a few times. I have dates for everything, and
Okay.
I can give you that once
Yeah.
I'm done with this. The reason that this caught my attention was not because of the gift cards, it was the lack of the gift cards. So when we went out to dinner, he went to pay the check, and I noticed that instead of using one of the Anadarko gift cards, he had a baby blue credit card in his hand that he used to pay.
Okay.
And I just remember.
This is a good point. I gotta stop everything for this because so Ara says July 26th at 1628 hours, as he is what to do. I just have to look it up. I don't know what it says. Watts access my prepaid center. Now I have before, said to people, well, listen, he could have paid another way because he accesses my prepaid center. You can most of those cards, you can put money back on it, right? So that was my thinking. And then, people would give me the argument or the other side of it. Oh, well, hey, maybe he was just, checking the balance. So I don't know. I'd like to take a look at that. So 1628
on what? On a prepaid card, though.
Well, because if you say it's worth $100 and you spend $43 of it, right? So yeah. But I was thinking that maybe because he called, he didn't just call there once. So what I was thinking was he was putting money on that card, so Shanann wouldn't see the bill that traced the charge to a certain location or item. You know what I mean?
Right. But how is he? I mean, wouldn't she trace his money, his cash?
Well, yeah, but it would just go to it's okay. So let's say if I'm Chris Watts, I'm trying to hide stuff from Shanann. I'd rather her just see that this money went to make some payment, which is to be put on a card, rather than for 2 salmon dinners and.
Oh yeah, definitely. I just think she would have questioned him though. What is this? What are you doing with this?
Well, I think she would have too, but we all know that there was a lot because Shanann was in charge of everything, she must have been seeing, and there's no record anywhere of her questioning him about it. So that poor thing, like, what was she holding inside?
I
did she
think
know
so.
what she?
I think she was holding that.
Yeah,
I really do. I don't think stuff like this got by her.
You don't think she was holding it?
I do think she was. I think she knew what was going on. I don't think she was in a right frame of mind to even confront him on it. She's away at this point. She's
right. Yeah, right.
Talk for an extended period of time. He could care less to even answer her text. I think she waited, and I don't know if she even got to confront him that night. But I do think she was seeing this. There was money that was just gone.
Yeah.
Where was he putting this money? Whether he was taking out $100 cash from the checks, from whatever check, or it was going to be a little bit more than he was taking if it was just himself. She was no dummy when it came to this stuff. It just, to me, I don't see her not knowing about it one way or the other, that something is different.
And now, so when I play this out in my head, I say exactly what you said, and then I say, well, gosh, Shanann really showed herself to be very reactive. If something upset her, kind of like the whole world knew about it, sort of thing, So why did we not see evidence of her blowing up at Chris about that communication? But I really believe, like she said to one of her friends, and I don't remember who, they were joking about the possibility of, him cheating or something. And she's like, no, man, he's like got no game. I think she was really like very much like in denial about that. And I really think she thought the man had no game.
I don't think she did either.
We hear what Cindy says. She kind of thought of him and treated, when they first got together, like, oh, he's kind of a fixer-upper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think she thought he had no game. I think she believed he couldn't get someone else if he tried.
I think it was that credit card alert that made her realize, oh no, this isn't just. There's no way this is just one meal.
Right.
She really questioned it.
Yeah. I think
you don't know what happened then.
And the world just fell down on her. And
I really think that was the confirmation that she not that she wanted it, but she got it.
Right. Oh, poor thing. My God.
I know.
So this is what R is talking about, guys. So it says it's 1,628 hours as he is off to do. That's exactly what he says. I thought Ara typoed me, but that's what he says. Is he is off to do. Is he off to do? What the heck? Who says that?
No.
Why is nobody clear when it comes to information in this case?
Off to do. How off to do? Can you give us a number?
We really need more than off to do.
Please.
And what the F does off to do mean?
Jesus.
If he is off to do.
This Baumhover's writing off to do. We need more clearance on this.
I know. I actually think Baumhover is one that's more clear than some of these.
I don't know.
Kevin Kobach just gets shit wrong.
Off to do.
But whoever wrote it, is he is off to do, lost access, myprepaidcenter.com. I visited this website, which services universal prepaid Visa cards. The site promotes a 5% cashback incentive when used at preferred merchants. Well, guess what? We're going to go visit that site, myprepaidcenter.com. Okay, let's see what's up here. I can't believe I haven't done this yet. myprepaidcenter.com. All right, so let's see what we find. Now, obviously, this is 4 years later. I get it, but let's just see what we find, okay? Okay. Thanks for having that conversation with me, Kel. No problem. I just realized I'm talking to myself out loud. Okay. Let's see, boys and baby. Okay. So here we go. So welcome to my prepaid center. Activating a card or redeeming a code is easy. Get started now. Woo-woo. So now you got two options. Well, let's accept all the damn cookies. Hopefully it doesn't blow up my computer. I have a card. Select this option to activate your plastic card, or I have a code. Select this option to redeem your virtual code, which I don't think they really did back then. So, okay, so down here, I don't think we're going to get very far with this, but it says Discover card and prepaid card is issued by Pathward NA, Netherlands Antilles, member FDIC, and is subject to the card holder terms and conditions. Discover and the Discover acceptance mark are service marks used by Pathward under license from Discover Financial Services. In Canada, prepaid MasterCard, all right, I'm going to skim.
So it doesn't give us a place where we could see like merchants where you would get cash, like that 5% cash back.
No.
Darn.
Oh, well, at least we can say we tried.
I know.
Well, hold it. Let me just try frequently asked questions. What do I do? Should I encourage? Let's see. Obtain more information. You're scared. Should I record? People ask such crazy questions.
I know.
Should I call people and just give them this number, this credit card number?
Is that wrong?
I know. What? Okay, how about this? Let's look at this. How can I use my card towards purchases that exceed my card balance? Which seems like the position he was in. If your purchase is greater than your available balance, split the purchase in 2 transactions if possible. Let's see. Split tender. Okay, so it does not look like it was a reloadable card. Very good. Now we have an answer.
Okay.
Unless, I mean, things have changed, but I think that this is. So it was not a reloadable card. So there goes my theory. So, hey, you see, sometimes I'm wrong. A lot of times I'm wrong.
That's crazy. Reload on this card.
What's that?
A lot of cards then you're going through. What a waste to the
Yeah,
environment.
I know. Like bad
Thank you.
plastic use for the environment. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Sandy, thank you very much for becoming a member. Welcome. Awesome. Thank you very much. Yay. What is a member? We have to do more members things, and I have ideas, but there's just so much.
I know.
It'll be coming out soon. So much. Okay, let me get back to the interview here.
Patty's going to bed.
Good night, Patty. Thanks for being here. All right.
Sounds like, why isn't he using any of those gift cards? I'm pretty sure he still has a balance on one of those, but I couldn't remember. And then I was like, maybe, you know, at this point, he had made it clear to me that they were like filing for divorce. Like it was like done. So I was like, well, maybe he just doesn't really care anymore, you know? But then another part of me was like, but technically they're still together. So why would he do that? And like, I didn't ask because like he had made it sound like by that Saturday that they were so far removed from each other that I was like, it's plausible that now he's just not like has nothing to cover up, you know? But then at the same time, I still feel like until your divorce is 100% completely final and you're out of that house, why would you do that?
Sure.
I mean, so again, I didn't.
So you just found it was a little bit suspicious that he used a credit card versus the gift card.
It was like he had nothing to hide,
Right.
or nothing to lose. He was just
Or no
like,
money.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay with this,
Right.
and I don't care.
So, and that would certainly be, if it was a credit card, just thinking, would be something that maybe his wife would see at some point, and he would have to then try to have to explain that. So in your mind,
John, you
he's like,
dog.
oh, well, we're divorced, or I don't care anymore. She's going to find out that I have a girlfriend.
John, sure.
I don't really know what he was thinking. I mean, I can't think for that man. I mean, I can't even process half the shit he's done or the lies he's told at this point. So I don't know. I just think that was extremely peculiar because he had never done that before, and it didn't seem like a big deal to him.
All right. I get where you're going. So it kind of made you think that he didn't have anything to hide anymore.
No, not at all. And again, you know, I mean, there was other parts of our relationship where it's like he talked to me on the phone pretty freely, like all the time, you know. So for me, like it never really seemed like on the phone like he had to hide anything at all. And that's why,
Right.
you know, when he's
So,
telling me, yeah, we're getting separated.
Yeah, he never had to hide anything because according to their timeline, it was 5 weeks while Shanann was in North Carolina. 1 week while he was in North Carolina with her, and everyone noticed he was shady AF,
Right.
and that he was hiding something. Only 3 days when Shanann Watts was at home with Chris Watts while these two jackasses were dating, according to them. Only 3 days where Chris had to, you know, try to pull this off while Shanann was at home with him in Colorado. So this is a load of BS.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is.
Obviously pisses me off.
Ugh. It's hard to listen.
Yeah.
It is.
Sleeping in the basement, like it didn't even like occur to me like maybe this isn't.
And she knew all of that for sure, in her own words, by the way.
Happening because it was like he was so liberal about his communication with me, even if they were in the same house together at the same time. And so for me, I was like, all right, well, maybe she's upstairs, he's downstairs, they're separated. It doesn't really matter if he makes a phone call.
She's in North Carolina, and you know it. Oh my God. How did they let her get away with all of this?
No, it's God. Is it? It just eats at us. I don't know how these
It's
I don't know how these agents dealt with it like this. I don't know. I wouldn't have been able to put my head down.
I mean, anaphylaxis, I don't know if you're here. Either they were using some like method and madness that I just totally don't know about, or they're a bunch of screw ups.
Yeah.
I don't want to assume one or the other because I'm not a trained investigator, but I know what it seemed like to most of us, you know?
We only know what we're presented with, and we can assume
Right.
a million different things. It doesn't get us anywhere. But man, your brain could pretty much go wild with so many different scenarios.
Exactly.
Jesus.
And so that he was always liberal with. But when it came to like pain
There's
and
anaphylaxis. Let's see what she said. Yeah. Girl. Yeah, so anaphylaxis, who is a retired investigator, says they looked like a bunch of screw-ups. They did, yes.
I agree, yeah.
And then she goes on to say, I doubt that all of them were that incompetent.
Right.
So do you think that perhaps with some of this we're hearing or going, oh my gosh, it was really some kind of tactic or whatever they were using that we're just not perceiving because we're not trained investigators? Or does it seem like they were just like kind of subpar across the board? Would be my question, you know? Yeah, I know. SM says, do you really think he's sleeping in the basement for 6 months when she's not even there, when she's in North Carolina? Seriously, now, come on.
Did leave a good tip.
I'm sure he did not. He was cheap in every way.
He was a thief.
Oh, he just seems like the nightmare. Oh, he's like such an unattractive man. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh. Well, I mean, obviously, but.
He did not say that he had great looks. I'm like, no, very average.
No.
He lost some weight and he was beefed up. But, I mean, within the next couple weeks, when you saw him then in jail without a beard, with his little, scrawny little guy, looked like a
Totally.
Yeah.
And even when he was like at his best, he looked like a snail's personality in a toned body. And like, you know what I mean? It was like he was so kind of slimy and
Very slimy, very slimy.
Yeah.
Always the Anadarko gift cards. And again, like, I don't know if that's because he was hiding it from her or if that was because he happened to have these gift cards and why not spend those as opposed to like the money in your bank account. I mean, I don't know. I just noticed that one last time that we hung out, that he paid with a credit card, and I was confused because I was pretty sure that he still had a balance remaining on like one of those Anadarko cards, but I don't know.
Got it.
I don't know.
All right. What's next?
All right. And then let me just give you a date real quick.
Sure.
For the things when we were out in public.
He's like, oh, dates. Finally, something that might be helpful.
I think I have these right. I hope I have these right. But on Sunday, I think it was Sunday. I think it was Sunday the 5th. I think.
July 5th?
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm sorry. I'm glad that you're paying attention to this. Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold it. I just have to. Green Eyed Bandit said, who read F.R. Jr.'s letter today? Anyone? I didn't realize there was one. Oh, boy.
Ara said she did.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what it is.
I don't either. Okay. All right. We'll find out. Definitely won't talk about it here, but we'll find out.
So I think July, I'm going to start at the beginning.
Okay.
So,
wait, here. Anaphylaxis. I just want to read her comment, and then I'm going to play for a while. I find it really hard to believe that experienced investigators could all be that bad at interviewing. Exactly. That they failed to ask the important questions and let her get away with her word salad. Yeah, and doing things like, like Rose and I had noticed before, like when she's bringing up information on her phone that they had not apparently had yet. Go back. She's like, oh yeah, just like email it to me when you get home. Like, dude, after what she's done, you're gonna trust her with that? Seriously?
Right.
Yeah. So yeah. Oh, okay. Move. All right. Let's see. Wendy says, I always wonder why if investigators knew her dad or was friendly of her family. I just don't know. No, MB Gail. I read that first and I was like, aw. And I said, I think she's talking about I gotcha. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. All right. I do have to move it on a little, though, because I put a time limit I'm not going to be able to keep, but we're going to stay close.
For my birthday. I came home on July 3rd, which is the night of my birthday. On the 4th of July, I went over his house in the morning and helped him with his meal plan thing. And then after that, I went to the 4th of July Rockies game with one of my friends. And then on the 5th, I think it was the 5th, I don't remember, we went to go see a movie. And we went to the movie theater that is up by that lazy dog, I think, on 144th and I-25.
What movie did you see?
That new Jurassic Park movie. I don't know what it's called.
Okay.
And I remember we got there, and the first showing was sold out, I think. I don't remember. I think either we were going to go see another movie and it was sold out, or that one was sold out. So but when we went up there to start with, it was sold out. And so we left, and we went and walked down to these benches that were right across from the Victoria's Secret. And I don't know what corner of the building that would be on. If you guys need me to go up there and try to figure it out.
No, I'll figure it out. That's okay.
Yeah, and we sat in these benches on this bench under this tree and just bullshitted until the next showing of the movie. And then we went to the second showing of the movie, and it was really late. I want to say it was 9-something.
PM?
Yeah, it
on
was
the
late.
5th.
And I want to say, I just don't even want to say it's Sunday because I feel like it was not Sunday. I don't think it was my birthday though. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I might have all my dates mixed up. If I have all my dates mixed up, just
that's okay. You're getting us close.
You'll find it. Okay. So then, let me go back to, no, I was looking at August. That's why the date sounded weird. It was either the 6th of July or the 7th of July.
Okay.
I was looking at the wrong month.
So Sunday the 6th, pardon me.
No, I think, because that's what I'm saying, I didn't think it was a Sunday. So it is either Friday the 6th
okay.
or Saturday the 7th of July. I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong calendar. So because I remember that was our first outing. That was our first date, and it was the weekend right after my birthday week.
Okay.
So it had to been, either probably the 6th or the 7th. And then we didn't go anywhere again until the next weekend. And that weekend, on Saturday the 14th, that's the day that I went to his house, we went up to Boulder, and we went to the Shelby Mustang Museum. So this was July 14th.
Okay.
Yeah. So we went up there, took a tour, and then after that, we left. And
do you remember what time that would have been?
That we left?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well, what time do you think you got to the museum?
Oh, God, I don't even remember.
Morning, afternoon, night?
I think it was pretty pretty like decent time in the morning. I bet you we got there at like 11 or so, because I remember it took us probably like an hour and a half to walk through it. I think it's a small museum. And then after that, we were gonna go to lunch in Boulder, and then we decided not to. And then we went to his house, and I dropped him off because I had picked him up to go to the museum. So I dropped him off at.
You're driving your 4Runner?
Yeah, we drove my 4Runner all the time. I told you I was only in his vehicle one time, and I think it was like so he could go get gas or something. Like everything, all of these adventures were all done in my truck.
Okay.
So then we went to his house, and we were over there for a little while, but then I was just like, I don't really want to be here. So I left, and I left him there. He didn't go with me.
At his home?
Yeah, like I left him there.
Okay.
And I left by myself. And then the weekend of the 21st, and this is how you'll know if my dates are lined up. I would base it off of this date and work your way backwards. But like this weekend, I went to Vandermeer Speedway with him, and I went and saw. I think it was called the Mopar Mile High Nationals. It might have been called Thunder on the Mountain. I don't know. It was the drag races though, and it was Saturday the 21st.
Okay.
And we were there like the majority of the day. I think we got there like early afternoon, and we were there till it ended pretty much. Was that
late in the evening?
Yeah, those things go pretty late. Like it gets dark.
Okay. So you drove, did you pick him up again and then drive your truck or your 4Runner, right? It's a 4Runner? Drive your 4Runner?
I didn't pick him up. No, I didn't pick him up again because I never went back to his house. Like he came to my house and then we carpooled.
Okay. So he drove to your house, you guys carpool down to the Mile High Nationals, and you stay the majority of the day. Is there anybody with you guys on any of these dates, or is it just you two?
It's just us.
Okay. Did you have meals anywhere after you left there? Did you stop at any bars or anything?
Okay, so that day, I'm glad you brought that up. Prior to going to Vandermeer, we went to, what is the name of that little town? It's not Evergreen. It's like in between Lakewood and Morrison.
Morrison,
We went to
okay.
Morrison. And there's a patio bar there. I do not know what it is called. It's on top of an Italian pizza place. I think it's literally called like the Morrison Grill or Morrison Patio Bar, like something real simple. And we went, it's just like a rooftop bar.
And you went before the drag races?
Yeah, we went before the drag races.
Okay.
And we hung out there probably for a while. I think we were there for a little while. We ate there. So that's where we got
So
food.
you ate lunch there?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Tacos.
Okay.
This is a really good bar, by the way. Yeah, so we did that, and then we went to Vandermeer, and then I don't know what we did after Vandermeer. I think we just went to my house. I'm almost positive. Like, I don't think we did anything after that because it was pretty late.
Okay.
And then on the weekend of July 28th through the 29th, we went to the sand dunes. We went to the Great Sand Dunes National Park.
Down in Alamosa?
Yes.
July 28th, 29th. Did you guys stay anywhere?
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Where did you stay?
Oh, we camped.
Okay.
Feel better, Joan, sweetheart.
Camped. I don't remember the name of the campsite, but if you like, just let me go through probably like my old phone nav or like go through just the internet and try to look up campsites, I can probably come up with the name for you.
Well, let me ask you this. There was some attachments
Okay.
that when I was looking at some of your phone stuff today, although very
so
limited.
let's listen to this carefully, because this is a part. Now, I've done a video about this. We did a live stream about it because some people have claimed that here Kevin Kovac is saying that, oh, no, there are photos of her friend, leave Jim alone, at the sand dunes with her and Chris Watts. However, I don't see it that way. Possibly, yes, because he does ask about a photo of Jim while they are talking about the sand dunes. But based on what is said, it's only a matter of timing. What do you think, Rose?
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I know they had that one picture. I don't know if do you think he was there? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was there.
Let's listen to exactly what they say and tell us what you guys think, okay? Just going to go back just a few seconds, okay? So listen carefully.
Okay.
On the weekend of July 28th through the 29th, we went to the sand dunes. We went to the Great Sand Dunes National Park.
Down in Alamosa?
Yes.
July 28th, 29th. Did you guys stay anywhere?
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Where did you stay?
Oh, we camped.
Okay.
We camped. I don't remember the name of the campsite, but if you just let me go through probably my old phone Navel or go through just the internet and try to look up campsites, I can probably come up with the name for you.
Let me ask you this. There was some attachments that when I was looking at some of your phone stuff today, although very limited, there's a man with a backpack. He's got a beard. He does not look like Chris to me in your photos. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, is he a little heavier set?
Yeah, I'd say he's a little bit bigger.
Yes, that is my friend Jim. That is the one that I was with on the Monday and Tuesday of last week.
Okay. So there is some photographs. You mentioned the museum, the car museum. I think I remember seeing a couple photos of cars, and it didn't strike me as anything then. So there may be a little bit more on your phone than what I think. But there is definitely no photos of Chris. And I don't remember seeing any pictures of the sand dunes. But so did you camp inside the national park there?
No, it was outside. I think we camped at Zapata Falls. I think that's the name of the campsite.
Yep, Zapata Falls.
Zapata Falls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's before you come to you turn off 160 and you're going towards the sand dunes, and then you turn off and kind of go up a 4-wheel drive road to Zapata Falls.
Yeah, that was really gnarly one with all the switchbacks and rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
There. And so we camped there.
Was it like an established campground, or was it just dry camping?
No, it was an established campground. There's a campground up there. You hang that left to go to Zapata Falls Trail, and then you go right, and there's a big campground loop.
Okay. So that's where you guys were there.
So what do you guys think about that?
I think she made it sound like he wasn't there, right?
Yeah, I think that, yes, I think that's definitely what she made it sound like. Now, we know that she's a liar, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think that is what she made it sound like. Let's see, I got to get to the right spot in our comments here, see if anyone else weighed in. You feel better, Joan, if you're still there. Please, go do what you got to do, girlfriend. Feel better, sweetie. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it very, very much. Naked Jim. Let's not say that ever again, Ho Chi Winter.
No.
MB Gal says Jim was there. Hi, Turquoise. Welcome. How are you doing? Let's see. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that Jim was there or not? I guess that's kind of what I'm asking. I'm curious about this one. No, Green Eye Bandit. I'm not going to do that. They are not. I'm not going to look into them. No.
I deleted that. You guys have to be careful with your.
Yeah. No, we're not going to. No. And I am just going to say I am. there are very few things that, as you know, I'm very liberal in what I allow to be said on this channel, but I'm just going to say that I firmly stand by the fact that both victims' families here are completely innocent. They are fully victims. And I really, the thing that I delete, and I will continue to delete, and I just want you to know it's not welcome here, so please don't bring it here, are accusations about either family. It's not welcome. It's not acceptable. Not here. Nope. It's the one thing. It's the one thing. So Anaphylaxis says, yes, I think Jim was there. Why do you think that, Anaphylaxis? Because I very much respect your opinion. Thank you, Curious Rose, for catching that.
Of course.
Let's see. You're good. Yeah, R's good too. You're all good, but let's see. No, exactly. No. Oh, and then here we go with the nudie sites or whatever. Let's get rid of this. Thank you. Look at that.
I haven't muted it yet. They're out.
Thank you for removing it. I appreciate it, Green Bandit.
Of course.
And then here come all of the what the heck? Wow. Yikes.
Just hide them the minute you
I guess the nude sites think Jim was there. They're like, and he looks terrific naked. There you go, Ho Chi Winner. You like that?
Goodness gracious.
Well, so here's exactly the point, Rosie. So I'm not saying you're wrong or anything, but let's just talk this out. So Rosie says, and this is what a lot of people think. I think Jim was there because she admitted it was probably him in the pictures. Well, she actually said it was him. Yeah, that's my friend Jim. But all that Kobach asked was, hey, you know, he doesn't say at the sand dunes. He says, oh, you know, I was going through your photos. There's, you know, this guy, Jim. Because sometimes, honestly, Kobach is like, you know, he is on pace with what she's talking about. And sometimes he's somewhere else because what she's talking about is stupid, you know? So, I don't know. Let's okay. So Anaphylaxis says there's a naked backpack photo of Jim. They were at the nudist resort. And one of the photos, 3 pairs of shoes were there. Who were the third pair? Well, I actually, Anaphylaxis, I wasn't going to say anything about this because you know that I have great affection for Armchair Detective. But this is what I actually think about this because I did see a little bit of that. So when you go sandboarding, you can't just wear your regular old shoes. Not exactly like snowboarding or skiing, but sometimes, yes, you have to have shoes. There is a kind of binding. I mean, let's look it up. There is a sort of binding and a hold on the board itself. So you have to have a special kind of shoes. So I did see a picture of those shoes. And, you know, I mean, this would actually be a good thing to talk about with, you know, Armchair Detective, because this, you know, I oftentimes agree, but I don't on this one. I think that, you know, based on the size and whatnot, I think they were 2 pairs of NK shoes, maybe the ones that she brought with her, and then the ones that were rented along with the sandboard. Let's see. Let me show you. First thing you have to do is remove the wheels. Hold it. Let's see if I can find here. Let's see.
Turquoise said so. Shoes were required, but not clothes.
Exactly, shoes only, baby. But you see what I'm saying, though, Anaphylaxis or anyone else that was, yeah.
Oh goodness.
So here, let me keep playing this a little bit, and then I'll find you an example of this.
Okay.
I was trying to stay away from the shoes, but
all right,
we're there.
Keep going.
And then we went to the sand dunes, not the first day. So we got there fairly late on. How did we do? No, that's right. So I need to think about this. I really need to think about this. Saturday, we got there, we set up camp. And then after we set up camp, we went to the national park.
So you went and hiked the sand dunes?
Yeah, we tried, and I just remember it was super windy. Oh my God, the sand hurt so bad. It started raining. And we stayed even though the weather was bad, because there was like nobody up there. And so we did that for most of the afternoon. And then, we came back to the campsite, and I showed him how to light a fire, because he'd never done it before.
He'd never lit a fire.
No, he's never been camping before. He told me he'd never been camping before. And I was like, well, if you want to go, I'm trying to go to sand dunes. So that's why we went, because he said he'd never done it.
Okay.
So
did you guys visit any, there's not really very much stuff around there. There's no restaurants or anything in that area?
No, we did stop at I think it's called like Oasis or something. It's like it's like on the way to the dunes. It's not in the park, but it's like on that road that you take to get to the dunes. And it's almost like a little gas station. And we stopped there and we rented a sandboard to go sandboarding on. And I think we got more ice for the cooler, and we got firewood for.
So it's like a gas station?
Kind of, but it's like the one-stop shop that everybody goes to, because there's like nothing else around there.
Right.
Like I'm almost positive it's called the Oasis, and they actually have their own campground back there too. But
okay,
it's
I know
on that road.
Mm-hmm. It's right before you get to the entrance to the park.
Yep. Okay. On the right-hand side when you're driving in. I'm glad that you know what I'm talking about.
Well, I worked in Southern Colorado for the last 5 years, and I spent a lot of time around Alamosa and in the San Luis Valley. So I know a lot about that area, unfortunately. So I know what you're talking about.
That's good. That helps me.
So you got ice and firewood.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if we got ice. I think we did, just because I like to re-up on ice every time I go
paid for
camping.
it?
He did.
Okay. Did you think you used the debit or the gift card again?
Probably, because that was the plan in the first place. He was just like, well, hey, I've got these gift cards. If you want to use them, you don't even have to spend any money, and we can just use these. And I was like, well, that's great. So I remember for the trip, I filled up my gas tank, and I paid for gas, and I bought a little bit of groceries for the cooler. And then he took care of, like, the campsite and the board and the firewood and all of that.
Okay.
Like, I didn't actually go into that Oasis place, I don't think. I'm almost positive I didn't go in there. He did. I got in line for the board. I remember that. But their like little board rental shop is like outside of the building.
Okay.
So he went inside because he went and got firewood. And then we went to the dunes.
I'm just looking at your dates, so you know you're right. The Bandimere Speedway, the Mile High Nationals was July 21st.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yep.
Get online and see if that matches.
It does.
Okay, so
we're good.
all those other dates should be good. The only one that I'm not 100% sure about is the movie. It was that weekend, movie on the 6th and the 7th. It was that weekend. I just don't remember what day of the weekend. I don't think it was a Sunday, though. I really think it was a Friday or a Saturday. Like, I'm almost positive I didn't have to work in the morning. All
right. So what's after the Great Sand Dunes?
Okay, so we went to the dunes, and then we went and returned the board, and then we went back to the campsite, and we lit a fire, and we ate, and we just hung out by the fire for a few hours and just visited, and then it started raining really hard. So we put everything in the tent and put out the fire, and we went in the tent, and I remember he was like wide awake, and I was so tired, like, oh my God, I wanted to sleep so bad, and he just like would not sleep, and it was kind of bugging me. Like I would like almost like wake up and like half subconsciously like have a conversation with him for a sec, and then like doze back off. And I just remember being so tired, and he was up probably for a while.
Okay. And
then
so you guys come back to the Denver metro area on Sunday?
Kind of. Yeah, but we went one of my friends wanted us to go to the Renaissance Festival, and she didn't know who I was with, but she was just like, the Renaissance Festival in Colorado Springs, and she was like, oh, you should stop by, and I made up an excuse to not go over there. I just told her, I was like, yeah, I don't really know, and I, kind of got out of it because I didn't want her to meet him.
I got it. What friend was that?
Charlotte.
Okay. So did Charlotte ever meet Chris?
No, none of my friends ever met him.
Okay.
And then on the way back up, we stopped in Colorado Springs to eat. And we stopped at a restaurant called BJ's.
On Nevada and I-25?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I just remember.
Right by the University of Colorado, there's a bunch of buildings. And it's a big strip center. There's like a Costco.
Oh, wait. I think I remember the Costco. Because don't you kind of have to, from the highway, you can, see, or not the highway, but that main road, you can, see the Costco, and then you have to kind of, turn in and around into that shopping center.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. BJ's, it's more like a brew house, I guess, kind of.
Yes. And it's, really nice, that place. It's just, it's like a nice restaurant. I mean, not, nice, but it's just,
Okay.
It's a decent place.
So that would have been.
It's a big place. That's what I was looking for. It's a big restaurant.
Sunday, July 29th.
What
would that have been? Sunday, July 29th?
Yeah, it was Sunday, July 29th. And if you walk in the restaurant, so picture walking in, and the front doors are behind you. We were sat to the right on the first level. There's a few different levels. So we were sat on the right side, and then in the right side, we were on the left portion of the section on the right side. There's these little single seater booths. They're really small.
Okay.
So almost in the center of the restaurant, but just kind of on the right section of the main.
According to the records, I think Rose and I sort of discovered this as we were reading through it once upon a time, actually. But according to Stacey Galbraith's supplemental narrative, the text exchange between Kessinger and her supposed best friend Charlotte Nelson, where Kessinger is telling Charlotte Nelson about Chris for the first time, is August 12th.
Yes.
The day after your birthday and the day before the family was murdered.
Sunday morning at 10:30, 11 a.m.
Exactly.
Charlotte about filthy things.
Seriously. I mean, can you, talking, that is, guys, let's think about it. And she tells Kevin Kobach things, various misleading facts throughout various interviews about when and what she told her supposed best friend Charlotte Nelson about Chris Watts. But what I find is Stacey Galbraith, the one CBI investigator who was taken off the case and just put somewhere else. Well, Kevin Kobach was, taken off Nichol Kessinger, I think, because obviously to me it seemed like the dynamic, I don't know, maybe there's something I'm not seeing, but it seemed like it wasn't an ideal investigative relationship or whatever. She tells it like it is in the discovery. You can tell she's suspect of NK and Charlotte's shenanigans. I deleted this. I didn't answer the phone. I got back to you this, then. Mm-hmm. They're playing games with her. They're running her in circles. And she tells it like it is in the supplemental. We'll have to go over that again. Yeah. But she makes it clear that the first time Nichol Kessinger communicated to Charlotte about Chris Watts was on August 12th, Sunday, August 12th, guys, the day before the murders.
Yeah. She just lays it right out there. I think by that point she was probably so sick of all the hoops that people were jumping through for this girl. Stacey probably was so fed up.
Yeah.
Why he was lying, saying it was a different date, I don't know. But she was just very forthcoming and date and time, and here it is.
Yeah, we'll have to go over that again and really like hit it home because,
I would agree.
you know, I think as like we were going through that, I think we were both realizing some of it like for the first time, you know, kind of like thinking through it.
You couldn't
But
believe
yeah, it was shocking.
it was.
After you sort it out, it's shocking.
Yeah,
So,
at
hi.
10:30 in the morning, this is how she starts it off, the text, and what she first says, like he likes to do to her. It just sets the tone for where this girl's head is.
Right, exactly.
It's sick.
It's it's not. Yeah, we'll do that soon. Maybe we'll do that next.
Yeah, that's fun.
It's because it's a big deal.
Mhm.
So,
It is.
hi, Face in the Crowd. Welcome. How are you doing? Face in the Crowd says, wouldn't doubt a certain manipulator getting upset when they discovered their mark wasn't as financially well off as they realized. I can see them being extremely volatile, resentful, yes, and demanding things like making a choice that, you know, with consequences, which
Yeah.
is what I believed happened.
I do too.
Let's see. Yeah, we all want to know where she is, Stevie. I have no idea.
I know.
Yeah, that she told her friend the day before. I mean, it's
Just sickening. That stuff. You know, what she chooses, though. If this is her best friend, she was still picking and choosing how she was even presenting it. Not that he's a married man at home, with still presenting it the way she chose to present it to this girl. This girl's a fool if she's friends with her, truly.
Exactly. And then Green Eye says, I think NK wanted to hurt Shanann. And I think she did too. I mean, the resentment and the disgust in which she speaks with her about her, I'm sorry. It smacks you in the face.
It does.
Jeez.
Him get Tinder dates. Yeah, she would have said anything, I think, to just get under his skin.
Yeah, that's when she brought up the eHarmony thing when she got really jealous of Shanann, and that changed everything. They only had sex 2 or 3 times a day after that instead of 18 or 19.
Awful. How awful. From 4 or 5. It's terrible.
Yeah. It's crazy.
4.
Okay.
Okay. So
Did he again pay with a gift card at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, I got to answer this. So Stevie says, what do people think? This is what I think. I'll tell you what I think. What does everyone else think? Was her motive against Shanann? She was turning 30. She became obsessed with Chris Watts. I think that's what she does when she meets a man that, you know, it's like for her, it's all or nothing. It's 1 mile an hour or, you know, Mach 50, you know, and, I think that she has a kind of personality where she becomes so obsessed and she's so in love with herself and believes that she is the center of everyone's world and deserves everything good and people should only be concerned with her, that she could justify doing anything to get what she wanted, even if it was to be with that slimy little snail of a man.
Right.
That's what I think.
It just bogged my mind. Why did she Google her, though, before she knew Chris?
I know.
It drives me crazy.
I really believe that there may have been an obsession that started much earlier than when they actually dated.
God,
I don't know.
Really think of it. Any of us could be on that and not even know. So frightening.
That's right. And hi, Guitar. How are you? Hi, Tia Maria. Tia Maria says she's all or nothing. Exactly. And let's see. C. Nick B says, can't believe cops and welcome. Cops let her get away with erasing her phone. No doubt, man. Yeah. And then Shannon says she said he was good in bed, didn't want to share him because she seems like she's somebody who could have possibly been sex addicted. Totally anecdotal, based on what we said, but a lot of things for her revolved around sex, and I think that she found a lot of power in her life through sex. So,
yeah.
I don't know. And Green Eye says she could have been obsessed with SW. She very well could have.
I mean, let's be honest. I think we have to You really have to think of that. If she was
Yeah.
through stalking out Shanann months before even knowing Chris, if that's truly what happened, like, let's be honest, any of us could be someone's target. It's frightening.
It really is. It really is. Yeah.
It really scares me to pieces.
It's terrifying. And Tia Marie says she used it as manipulation, the sex. Exactly. Leatherface says, I think if NK was really into CW, she was supposed to hate Shanann. Well, that's how it was for her, I think, because she was so all or nothing. I don't know. C. Nick B, she's gross. Hell's a yaza.
Mm-hmm.
She hated Shanann, says Stevie. Yes, I agree too.
Yeah,
Stevie's enough to air strangle her after she was already dead the first time she says her name. Got a video about that if you haven't seen it. It's chilling.
I'm scared.
Bio clock ticking, exactly. See, Nick B, we were observing that she was born, she says in the beginning of the interview, her birthday is July 3rd, 1988. So this July 4th that they were together, 2018, she was turning 30. And I believe, like it happens with many women, she was feeling that pressure. But unlike most women who just handle it and, you know, look for the right person for them or whatever, she doesn't handle things with any level of sensibility or rationality, and she just goes batshit.
Yeah.
Aw, hey, thanks, Stevie. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's quite a compliment. Thanks. Shanann, or I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Shannon says to Green Eyes, she wanted to be in Shanann's shoes. I think that she did too. I think all of her, you know, her boasting about her financial stability, I think it's bullshit. She doesn't come across as a personality type to me who has any kind of stability, including financial stability, and talking about all of her secondhand, you know, furniture and this and that, making such a point of it. I think she was wildly psychotically jealous.
I do. She made it a point to make sure they knew she was the total opposite of Shanann, like really made it a point.
Yeah, exactly. And hi, Shay Carson. Where's this chick at? No one knows. And isn't that wild?
Jesus. Oof. I don't know. I don't know when I really think of it like that. It does. It scares me. It upsets me. We have to look out for each other as women.
That's right. Yes. Yeah, it is frightening. Diana just said that. You're right, Rose. It is. Ara, you're coming up with some really great points, beautiful, this evening. She says, well, she did say in her emails, I mean, she said this. She wrote it in her own words to Chris Watts, that she wanted a beautiful life like the one that Chris Watts had created with his wife and his girls. You're right. She said it in her own words.
The house, everything, she wanted it all. She might not have pretended she wanted it all, but she did.
Yeah, she was impressed with this house. Yeah.
Oh, God.
I know.
No, Elsie, no. None of her medical history has ever been confirmed.
Joan, honey, you go take care of yourself, little girl.
I know, Joan.
She says NK wasn't going to share CW, so SW had to go. But it drives me nuts, the Googling. Yeah,
we can't ignore it.
Was it ever confirmed that she was bipolar? No. You know,
never said that.
Having a background in behaviors of people with various mental situations, she, to me, exhibits a bulk of the traits of somebody with bipolar, or I lean more towards borderline personality. That's just an assumption. That's just my thought on it. Obviously, I don't know anything else than anything more than anyone else does. I've never even talked to her, so certainly I haven't personally analyzed or evaluated her, but yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Stevie says, well, Curious Rose, you can ignore the Googling if you're the DA. Yeah. That night, if I was the DA and I made that statement that he really didn't have an explanation, well, then how is this a closed? I don't know. I don't want to that's a whole other topic.
Yeah, but then he went back and he reneged on the statement that it was like and he ultimately said yes, it was in the discovery, it was part of her search history. I don't have an explanation. Yes, exactly what you're saying, Rose. Yeah.
Good night then. We just won't ask again then, right? That's what was
Right.
expected of us. Just don't ask again. And there's my answer. Be done.
Yeah. Shay says very immature for 30. Very, very immature. Yeah. Yeah, Rosie. Rosie says, I quoted that email earlier on that she wanted a beautiful life, just like you have with Shanann. Yeah, good job. You and Ara. Good connection there. Absolutely. Yeah. So let me keep playing this. There's not too much. How much is left? So you guys, I can give you there's 10 minutes left. Okay.
All right.
All right. Kevin Kovac keeps talking to me. I love it. I'm like, all right. He's like, all right. This has happened several times. Thank you, Kevin. I'm glad that we have good communication, unlike you and Miss Kessinger, who grunted each other.
Right. No, you guys are like bonding, you and Kev.
Yeah. I know. Maybe I'll become Mrs. Kelly Kovac. Ha! Kidding.
And then we went home.
Okay. Did you see him the following weekend?
No, because he was out of town.
Okay. Do you know where he went?
Yeah, he went to North Carolina.
Do you remember the dates?
No, I think, I want to say that he left on the 31st of July. I'm almost positive because we hung out the weekend prior at the sand dunes, and then he went to work on Monday, the 30th. I remember that. And then I think he left on Tuesday, the 31st of July, I think. And I don't remember when he got home.
Okay. Next time you guys go out?
Was that Saturday. The 11th.
And you guys.
And that was
the lazy.
Yeah, the story. Yeah.
Okay. So we got that all down. What's next on your list?
Sorry, I forgot about all that stuff. And I didn't.
That's all right. So we ran through something that the first time we talked, you were really tired. The second time you were overly stressed and you had thought of some very important stuff that you wanted to talk about. So it's fine. And
he's like, no matter when we talk, you're in some certain state of mood disorder.
I don't mind talking to you as many times as I have to talk to you to get everything down that could at some point be very important. It's fine.
Understood.
So just don't worry about that. My job is to talk to you and make sure that this stuff is, placed in a report so it's there forever. So it's fine. Again, I just keep telling you every time you when you remember things, just call me and we'll get it down. All right.
Okay, yeah, and I hope you guys pull cameras and all that because I'm trying to help you. I'm really honestly disappointed that you guys don't have all my text messages or don't think that you do. It makes me sad. I want you guys to have them. You need them, and it's frustrating to me. But it's I'll just tell you everything I know, and we'll go from there.
That's right.
Hold on. Hold on, what else? Oh, okay. So now let's go to this last week.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay. So Monday, I think probably the most important conversation that I had with him after all of that took place was that first phone conversation on Monday night, the later one. Remember I told you were telling me there's two big ones?
Right.
And the first one was the one where he mentioned the sheets, the smelly sheets with his kids, and that was also the one where he was telling me he was going to go get his wife's wedding ring appraised. That same conversation, I don't remember exactly how he phrased this. I don't remember what led to this, but he told me something about he mentioned that he had told, I don't know what he said. He said something about the separation and how like she was okay with the fact that he wanted a separation, or that something like that. And I remember thinking to myself, like, wait a minute, what? Oh God, I'm like drawing a blank. Here's the deal: is like he had been telling me the whole time that I was like spending time with him, that he was getting separated, and he kept saying that he was the one who initially initiated the separation.
Exactly, Tamara. We were saying this earlier. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of words without saying a damn like thing, like nothing at all. Nothing.
And then that it was more of a mutual thing. Like he said that he was the one who had initially brought it up, like before we had met, and then like she was on board with it, where she was just like, I'm not happy either, let's do this. And then I remember telling you guys that when he was going to go to North Carolina, I kind of like backed away from the situation, and I was like, hey, I think you should try to fix things with her, because you have a really beautiful life with her, and I think you should try to fix stuff. And he kept telling me, like, I don't want to. I don't think she wants to. And I was just like, please try. Like, just please try. Like, I just thought he had such a beautiful life. And I was willing to just leave.
Can any of us imagine this? That she's like,
I think you should try to fix stuff. And he kept telling me, like, I don't want to. He was going to go to North Carolina. I kind of like backed away from the situation, and I was like, hey, I think you should try to fix things with her, because you have a really beautiful life with her, and I think you should try to fix stuff. And he kept telling me, like, I don't want to. I don't think she wants to. And I was just like, please try. Like, just please try. Like, I just thought he had such a beautiful life, and I was willing to just.
I'm seriously resisting busting out laughing right now. Like,
I know.
the most ridiculous thing ever.
I don't know how
leave his.
What's that, honey?
How is he not laughing?
I know. Maybe he's better than we're giving him credit for.
Maybe.
Life. I was like, if you work things out with your wife, I'm gone. And like, and that's fine, and he'd always be like, well, what about us? And I'd be like, don't worry about us. Like, try to fix stuff with her. And he said, okay, I will. And then when he went to North Carolina, he told me that he sat down and had a conversation with her, and that he told her that he wanted to fix it. That is what he said to me. He told her that he wanted to fix it, and she said no, that she still wanted the separation, and that she was ready to file for divorce. So I was under the impression when he got home from North Carolina that the divorce was filed. That was what I was under the impression. And so then on Monday, when we were on that one phone call where he was just saying all sorts of weird stuff, he I don't remember exactly what was said, but it was something along the lines of like, she was okay with the fact that I wanted the separation. Right. And then I remember asking him, I was like, wait a minute, when you were in North Carolina, you told me that you tried to fix it with her, and she was the one who said that she didn't want to fix it.
Okay.
And he's like, no, and then he goes, no, I just told her that I still wanted, to continue with the separation. And I'm just thinking in my head, like, he lied to me. God, he fucking lied to me. He lied so much.
Okay. So
listen, he's like, okay, let's get over it now. It's not all about you.
Right, move on.
So that just struck you as another lie?
Yeah, so that one I don't, and then now I'm seeing the news where he's telling everybody that he separated from her on, that he said he told her he wanted a separation on the Monday that she went missing. And I'm just thinking in my head, like, he told me that he had already had that conversation with her before I was even in his life. Well,
and so not to cause you any more stress, but so when you're talking to him on Monday, this is Monday, right? This isn't Sunday. This is Monday.
No, this is Monday.
So this is after the event. This is after the murders.
Yes.
He is telling you that she mentioned that she was okay with the separation, although now that that wasn't accurate with those. That was something different than he had previously told you. And
Okay, so I'm going to stop right here because there's about another minute, and all they do is like start to talk about Cece's EpiPens, and then that's where it cuts off. And then I picked up in the video that I put out last week in reading the transcript form of the interview between Kevin Kovac and Nichol Kessinger. And, you know, I think I'm going to make a video where I have that whole interview and then continue it with reading the transcript. And I think you'll agree with me when comparing the half that was released in audio and the half that was just, whoops, our audio machine stopped working all of a sudden. You know, the information in the latter half is much more controversial, which to me is wildly concerning if I am concerned about justice, which I am. I just want to remind you guys of something quickly that she said, because we were kind of all talking about it from the interview from August 16th. This will be a real pleasure to listen to. Just take a listen. Don't go anywhere just yet. I'll dismiss you guys momentarily.
He said something that was off the wall, or he said this, or said that. It has caused you a moment to pause and you go, no one said that. Now knowing what you know today.
So I think basically what he's doing here is he's reining her in. He's being like, listen, bitch, you have a lot to say about nothing, like Tia Marie and a lot of other people just said. So this is what we want to know. No matter how many times he tries to narrow that range and scope of what the information he wants, she simply cannot, because she cannot talk about something without contextualizing it from her being the center of it all, right? Creepy.
You understand where I'm going with that?
I completely understand.
She just rolled her eyes. Look at this.
Even when he spoke of his wife.
I completely understand, because I understand everything. Wait, hold it.
Or just he said something that was off the wall, or he said this, or he said that. It has caused you a moment to pause and you go, no one said that. Now knowing what you know today. You understand where I'm going with that?
She'll sit by the camera.
I understand. And to be honest with you, I mean, there were several discussions that we had about his current relationship and where it had gone and what it had caused. And he talked about his kids from time to time. But the thing is he was never hostile. It was never anything aggressive. Like even when he spoke of his wife and the fact that they were separating, it was never like ill. It was still very kind. It was just like, this is not working, you know, and would explain why, but it wasn't anything out of the ordinary or anything that I think would scare me. And to this day, even after everything that I found out, I still look back at that and I don't see any red lights with.
Going back a little too far here.
Easygoing guy.
Very much.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
And he was that way with you. Did he ever have any kind of, did you guys ever have arguments? I mean,
No.
Pretty short relationship. No arguments during that time.
No.
Did he ever lose his temper at any time?
Never.
You guys never had a yelling match?
No.
So you never saw him upset or mad?
No. And there was a couple times that we had some disagreements on things that as we like further progress into this story, you know, but it was never like, I am very calm when I talk to people. It's like extremely rational when I handle situations that there's a disagreement in, and he always.
So guys. So she characterizes herself by saying,
when I handle situations. And there was a couple times that we had some disagreements on things that as we like further progress into this story, you know, but it was never like, I am very calm when I talk to people. It's like extremely rational when I handle situations that there's a disagreement in, and he always was the exact same way. Like always. Like I am
very calm when I handle situations. I'm like very rational in situations where there's a disagreement. And you know, this
like
goes
that.
You know, and yeah, and she really changes her tone. The way she's talking now is far away from her baseline of normal conversation. And I was telling you guys recently, I always say to my students, you know, when they're just so full of bluster and bravado and, you know, like, you know, just posing, flexing for each other. And I'm like, listen, man, you know, when people are sitting around telling me what they are and who they are and what they got and what they can do, I don't believe a word of it. Because people who can, who have, who do, who will, don't talk about it. They do. They show. They, you know, they action words, right?
Right.
And she just so much reminds me of one of, just an extremely immature student. Not a 32-year-old young adult, no.
So teen-like.
She is so teen-like. I think she says a couple other goodies here.
Stressed anything. I think one thing that actually kind of drew me to him was the fact that he was like very open with communicating with me if there were any like differences on how we saw things or just like open-minded about things. It was actually I personally thought it was kind of unique because usually most of the men that I've ever met are typically very closed off, and I didn't get that from him at all. But it was always like kind, very kind.
So no sense that this guy had a temper or
Not at
was aggressive, or he never lost his mind and yelled and said crazy stuff or anything like that. Okay. So can we just kind of go back to your relationship? You say you guys had a
Wait a minute. Real Justice said, Miss Your Face giggle message is from Nicole Atkinson, not from hero Nichol Kessinger.
Yeah, well, he hates NA, but I got rid of it.
Oh, okay. I just was like, you gotta be joking me, fool. Okay. All right, got you. Very good. All right, moving on.
hold on comment. What was that?
Well, I mean, like we're both really into fitness. I think that's important. It's a lifestyle. Both of us ate pretty healthy, so I think that was important as well. He's like a total gearhead. He likes cars a lot, and I don't know nearly as much.
And I knew that because I've been stalking him since 2017. So I all of a sudden picked that up as an interest, learned about it because I became everything that he wanted and everything that Shanann was not, because it was clear when I was stalking them, I could see that he was getting tired of her.
Ugh.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what I hear.
I hear it
about
too.
them, but it's always been something that I've been pretty interested in. So we definitely talk about stuff like that. And I guess he was always willing to like learn new stuff and vice versa. Like I like to travel a lot, and it's not something that he's done a lot, but he seemed like really interested in what I had to share with him and vice versa. So even if it wasn't something that we originally had in common together, it was just like, hey, I respect what you have to say, and vice versa.
So you guys yin and yang. You got along pretty well.
Very well.
A professional yin and yang, T. Andrew.
No time.
That.
He never gave you any indication that
None.
that he was having issues. So during your guys' dating time, did you guys spend most of the time at your place?
Always.
Okay, always at your place.
Or we'd go out, but I told Mark yesterday.
I'm going to engage this one. Hold it. So Real Justice says, let's do this. Think about the massive book deals NK has turned down. Okay, you know what? I think that you're probably right. I think she's turned down book deals. I mean, at least she could have created the opportunity for book deals. And we all know that she is extremely shallow. Just listen to her talking about the ways in which she and Chris Watts related. We're both into working out. It's fitness. It's a lifestyle, man. We both ate like our macros. We were both into fine tuning our bodies. And we got naked. We were like, wow, look at that muscle tone on you, on me. Let's get in front of the mirror.
You or is that me?
Right, exactly. And, and all the emphasis that she puts on finances, where we know from the accounts of everyone in Chris Watts' life, from the way he lived, from the way he talked, from what he kind of endured or put up with, that he wasn't really focused on finances, and he just really wanted to be a simple dude with a humble life, because I think that's all that he was really capable of, because I think that he was a snail. Snails don't really do too much in life. They move slowly and things like that. Yeah. So, yeah. But, so if then we know that she's so preoccupied on superficial things, finances, and all of those finer things in life, and really projected that onto Chris Watts, yet she turned down some likely profitable, lucrative book deals. Why is that? Where is she getting the money from? Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's somewhere.
Right.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I know, it's so gross. Or said they post together in there. The snails.
Yeah, they could get over each other. Just that aspect. They were so superficial.
Yeah. And no, definitely the narrative is not always what it appears to be. So what are the missing pieces? But I think to then, kind of jump to a narrative that doesn't really have any grounds in reality is kind of a mistake too.
Oh, thanks, Rue.
I don't know. I mean, so real justice. NK's married in 2022 and has 2 kids, just so you know. So just give me a hint, give me a glimmer, point me in a direction to go down to actually find the evidence that substantiates that claim, and I will go down that road until the day I die. Just point me in the right direction. I dare you, because I don't think anyone can do that.
I went over there and I told him about one time that I went over to that house. I've been to that house twice, but it was very, very brief. And it was not like an extended stay. I did not feel comfortable there, or like, I just didn't want to be there. It's not my life. Like, that is somebody else's life and somebody else's existence, and I respect that. That's their space.
No, you don't.
And so I used to tell him, well, come to my house because.
So don't take offense to it. Again, it's just part of what we.
That I was under, and I was under the impression that they were taking everything pretty slow with.
Let's see. So while we're at it, hold it.
Hey, Mary.
Hi, Mary. Is that where? Okay, yeah.
So that's not.
And then I guess our phone call records. Sure, at that point, and it was day 2 too, and she still wasn't home.
What did that cause you to do with your phone, though?
So
when I deleted those?
Now he's pinning her into getting on a recording about why she deleted the text messages, and she says because she found out Shanann was pregnant, which we have proven is wrong. So now let's watch the strangulation hands.
Let's go back to North Carolina.
Okay.
He went to North Carolina, and he was
Everyone pay attention.
trying to rehab his marriage with his wife.
He said.
Do you know her name at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay saying her name?
It's Shanann.
I mean, I've got a good video already honed in on this, but let's just try to do it, you know. What did she say? Offhandedly or whatever.
Do you know her name at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay saying her name?
Ooh, I missed the eyes up.
Ugh, that's the worst.
I know.
He said.
Do you know her name at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay saying her name?
Ooh. The devil.
Look at that.
I'm sorry.
Hands. I know.
Make it. My
It's
hair.
the devil
strangling
strangling someone.
It's the worst.
I know.
Mm-mm.
Look at that.
That's what I
And she goes back for it again.
Jesus.
She does it twice.
All right. And you know the
And then look at that. And then look when she says Bella and Celeste.
children's name?
Yes. It's Bella and Celeste.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
She went by, they called her.
So, you know, when you're asking, show me at what point does she, you know, sound like that giggle voice on the phone recording? I don't know, maybe anywhere, because this woman changes her tone, you know, cadence, veracity, demeanor, everything, inflection constantly. She's not a person.
So
She's
he
like
went
many
to-
people.
Were they in North Carolina
They were already
already?
there.
If you want something.
And now she's going to take an opportunity to take a dig at Shanann.
Yeah, they were already out there. He just flew out there to meet up.
Do you know why they were there?
They're all from there.
Okay, so they were there
They
for.
were visiting her family.
Look at her, so proud to take that dig at the woman who was murdered like yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm so proud of that man, dude.
Dude.
Yeah, dude, that's cool. They were visiting her family. Look, I'm being a bitch, trashing the woman that was just murdered because of me.
My dad stands on my every word.
Right.
Look at him.
Okay. Hey, do you know how long they had been there?
A while, like weeks.
All right. And he flew out to join his family there.
Yep.
Do you know specifically where he flew to?
What airport?
No. What city?
No.
Okay.
I'm sure if I thought real hard, maybe I could.
How many times? I'm sure if I thought real hard, I could probably come up with that. I mean, seriously, she thinks she's so she's so smooth. It just makes me crazy. I don't know. NK is a deep voice, sweetie, until she doesn't. Like, I can find some. I don't know if I'm going to go through it right now, but I can find you where her voice changes so dramatically, and I don't know. You know.
There's many voices.
Yeah, I believe that's true. Yeah.
Annoying.
Yeah. So, Miss Raven says if she respected anything, she would not pursue Chris. Yes.
Right. There's no respect.
Her mom had to send her money for boots. I'd heard that. I don't know. I've heard people say that before.
It is. It's a Venmo. You see it in her. It's within the discovery. Her mother had to Venmo her money for boots. Who knows if it was a birthday?
So what Kelly, Real Justice, do see 2 things fake as Elf in this video? Just curious. That must be some kind of code, but I want to know it.
I don't know.
Yeah, what kind of question is, are you okay saying your name? I mean, when do you have to say that to a person, right?
Weird, yeah.
Does her name hurt your tummy? If so, we don't have to. That's so funny.
Don't say it then. You don't have to say it.
We don't want to hurt your tummy. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, so Diana says, I've heard people say this. She said, giggle might be how Shanann giggled. NK was just shedding light on how ridiculous it sounded. I saw someone, and I have no idea who, or I credit them, made a video showing Shanann's, like, how she would giggle frequently. And when the person made the video, I was like, oh, this person is correct. That happens a lot. She does sound like that a lot. And, like, it was an inside joke between Watts and Kessinger, like, mocking her. I don't know. So Real Justice, come on, seriously. If you're going to say stuff like this on this channel, I'm just going to have to tell you right now, you're going to have to come with some proof, or I just can't. No. So Hero NK offered the FBI on August 15th to covertly record conversation with Chris, and the FBI turned her down. Please just tell me any way you would know that. Cops blew off NK. How would you know that? Just give me anything.
Please.
And I will look into it. What's that?
Don't call her Hero. He's calling her Hero.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. DC Primetime says, thank you, y'all. Just because someone types something in chat doesn't make it fact. Yes, that's correct. Oh, yeah, definitely. Kessinger fake as F. Oh, absolutely. Listen to the FBI interview. I have, many times. So I'm not going to run around in these circles. So you give us something concrete, or don't say things that are not grounded in fact. If they're fact, that's outside of the narrative that we're following, and it's something that we don't, if you're going to say it on this channel, you need to back it up with something that is going to substantiate your claims, or don't make the claims, because that's how we roll.
Yeah.
It's in what audio recording? This has been known since 2018, party people. This is sounding like a lot of, what do we call that? It's like gaslighting.
Yeah, no partying. This isn't like, come on. Come on, Real.
Kelly, Real Justice meant the other way around. I guess I'm just confused then. So, all right, we'll have to talk privately about that then. I just want to make sure that we're not spreading mistruths.
It's being, I think that's the problem with the StreamYard chat. You're not seeing what we're removing.
Oh, I got ya. Okay, so you're removing things and I'm saying them. I'm very sorry, guys.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't realize that. Yep, you're right, because I get confused. I have so many windows open here. Sometime I'm going to have to show you guys somehow, like, what it is I'm looking at when I'm doing these live streams. Like, you probably get an idea, but just people in chat, it's like insanity. It's like the mothership command board.
It is. It's a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Sorry about that. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I know you guys do. I actually was thinking I was looking at YouTube, but like I just purely got confused.
Real, we are playing the FBI tapes.
Yeah.
That's all we play, over and over. So we're playing. We are there.
Wow, this is interesting. HCN says, and welcome HCN. I saw you earlier, but I didn't say welcome. Says only a mistress who knows the wife is dead would post a prayer chain just to appear full of positivity towards them, and she did do that. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Upon it, man.
Yeah.
What a quote.
And Tony, very good point as always. I really like Tony. Tony says she has many different faces to go with these videos. That's right.
She's got a million voices, reactions, just you never know.
Sarah keeping it real with Pawn It Man. Dude. I think it was dude. Or maybe
Where
it was
did
man. Man or dude.
she post a prayer chain? I don't know.
She
posted. Who posted?
Isn't that interesting? Because she says she has no Facebook, but I remember her reposting it. That is a really good question, Stevie.
I don't know. Did we
There's
hear
something about it in Discovery. That's a really, really good question.
really? I never caught that. Stevie. Great. I never saw that, Stevie.
Nope, that's right. I can picture it. Or hold it. It might be choices, Rose. I just need like 3 to 5 minutes. Do you want me to keep playing the interview, or do you want to read from comments?
Play the interview.
I think we're caught up on comments.
Think about it, but
Thank you guys for moderating.
I don't know.
All right. So he goes there. You said it was like the last week of July?
I think so. I think it was like one of the last days of July. I'm almost positive. I think it was a weekday.
Okay.
Yeah, he flew out there, and I thought I had like convinced him to like try to make peace with her, and I was like, if you guys work on this, like, I'm out. Because what's the point? Like, I'm not trying to be with somebody that's in another relationship, which I know that sounds silly given the whole relationship that we had in the first place, but I really was under the impression that they were separating. I mean, it was like reiterated to me so many times that that's what I thought it was. And it made sense to me too, because like he could pretty much call me whenever he wanted. Like I was the one that would tell him like, hey, when your kids are awake, you need to spend time with your kids. Like do that. And then after they go to bed, like if you want to talk to me, you can talk to me. But it was never like this super, super restricted thing. Like sometimes like right after work, if I was like still talking to him, I get kind of bummed out, and I tell him just like, oh, it's frustrating sometimes, like having to like wait. But at the same time, I was never like, this is horrible, or it was always like I understood why. But then once his kids were asleep, he never like had any. It was like he could do what he wanted. Do you know what I'm saying? Like He was in his basement and she's upstairs, and they're not speaking. So it kind of made sense. It wasn't like.
And you guys are just texting and.
Or talking or whatever, I mean, and it was like I said, it was at certain times, but that time, and originally it wasn't, but it was me that put that time frame on there because I thought she hang out with his kids.
Yeah, because they were home for a 12. We already talked about
those
this.
2 times you were at his house, did you see any evidence of that? Him living in the basement? Did he ever show you that area? Or anything?
I've seen it. Yeah, I went down there and saw his little workout equipment, and there's a bed down there all set up, and the basement was all clean and organized and stuff. So, like a decent bed set up. So it made sense to me. Like, hey, this is what's happening down here. So I saw it.
Even though his family was in North Carolina for multiple weeks, it appeared that he was still living in the basement.
Mm-hmm. Well, and he told me sometimes he would like go upstairs and sleep if like he was home alone, because I know she'd like go on business trips and stuff. But he's like, I don't like that bed anyway, so he didn't really like sleep up there. I was like, okay. Even when it was just him. So that was the impression that I got. I don't know where to check out North Carolina.
Go back to North Carolina.
So North Carolina. So he still made very frequent communication with me when he was out there, and at one point he told me that they sat down and they talked about it, and he told her that he wanted to either fix things or like to try to fix things, and if she didn't want to fix them, then they needed to like move forward with the separation and like actually file for a divorce at this point was the impression that I got from this, and was what he told me. And so he said that she was like pretty receptive to just not trying. He was like, she seemed like she just wants me to go. He's like, when she has her mind made up, she has her mind made up, and that's what she wants. And he's like, she doesn't want to try anymore. And he's like, and neither do I really. And he was like, it's done. And he's like, and then the next day, I don't even know what days these were. Sometime when he was out there, he told me, we're putting the house up for sale as soon as we get back. And I was like, well, that was quick. And he was like, it's her. She's ready to go. And I was like, okay. And so I left it at that. And then he got back and I started asking him, like, what are you gonna do? Because the Colorado housing market is fire and you guys are gonna sell this house like real fast. And I'm like, you need to start looking for a new place to live. And I'm like, where do you wanna live? And I was really trying to help him out. I'm like, do you wanna get a house? Do you want 3 bedrooms so you have one and each of your girls have one? I'm like, do you want to, you know, like do an apartment? Like, what do you want? You know, where do you want to live? Because he's in Frederick, but that whole area over there is just like a bunch of small towns and you can kind of just pick and choose. Everything's kind of, you know, and so he told me, well, I like Brighton. And I was like, okay. And then he told me he wanted a 2-bedroom apartment and he said he wanted 1 room for him and the other room for his 2 girls. And I thought it was kind of cute. Like, I remember telling him, I was like, yeah, me and my sister had bunk beds, like at my dad's house. And I was like, when we were little girls, and me and my sister were the same age apart as him and as his 2 daughters, you know? So I told him, I was like, they're going to love it. I was like, they might be like stuck in 1 room together. I was like, but they'll become like best buddies. And it was really exciting. Like, I liked helping him and I just wanted him to like, I don't know. This is what he told me he wanted. So I was like, well, I will help you do the research. But another thing that I really took care of was to be like, where is she moving to? I was never like, you know what, screw your wife, try to get full custody. None of that bullshit. It was always just like, you know, I'd ask him, I'm like, well, what kind of custody you guys gonna have? Because he at work, they're about to switch his schedule. So right now he's like on Monday through Friday, and they're about to switch these guys to 8 days on, 6 days off.
That's good.
That's awesome. And I was asking him, I was like, are you gonna have your kids like on that set of days off? I was like, because that would work perfect, like 1 week on, 1 week off. And I was just like, you know, we just talk about it. I'm like, what is your plan? And he's like, we haven't figured out exactly what we're gonna do about the kids yet, but he told me, he's like, Colorado's a 50-50 state and she's okay with everything 50-50. Like, he said that she was like on board with this because she wanted it too. Like, she was checked out of this relationship. So that was like how he made this sound, that it was like a very like kosher, we're done kind of thing.
Did you ever give him like books or articles or anything to read about saving your marriage? Did you ever provide anything to him like that?
About saving his marriage?
Yeah, like how to recover a marriage or how to save your marriage. You know, there's all sorts of publications and books out there.
No, but I did tell him, and I don't know if I did this through text or phone. That will be something you guys will, I'm sure, figure out. But I told him a few times, like, I think that you should take the time to read some articles about what separation does to kids. You know, and I told him, I said, when my parents separated, we were literally like 3 and 5. We were almost the exact same age as these little girls. And I told him, I said, you know, I was so young when it happened that it didn't really have like a big negative effect on me because I was so small that I didn't really process it too well. I was like, but I do have cousins that their parents got divorced when they were like 10, 11. And I think that it hit them a little harder, you know, and he's like, oh, they'll be fine, you know. And I told him, I was like, even though they're small and you think that they'll be fine, I was like, I think you guys should just read about it just so that you guys are prepared in case, you know, one of these two starts having a hard time with the fact that you guys aren't in the same house anymore, you know. And I would tell him, I was like, you know, there's pros and cons to it, like, because he was like getting ready to do it, and it would be like, you know, it's kind of cool having 2 Christmases, and, you know, like, your parents get to go, you know, be happy doing whatever it is they want to do with their lives, and they don't have to be in a situation that's probably not good for the kids because it's not good for those 2, you know. But at the same time, it was like, just read. Like, that's what I always used to tell him. I'd always tell him to, like, I tell people to read about everything. Reading is so good for you.
So he, at this time, is telling you that, yeah, I am the guy trying to save the marriage and she doesn't want it.
That's what he told me. So, and he, yeah. And then he was like, she doesn't want it, so I'm not going to do it. And then it was like, we're filing for divorce, we're selling the house. And this was like all as soon as they were coming back from North Carolina, like boom, 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 boom.
Would you recall when he gets back from North Carolina?
No, I don't even know how long he's out there. I know it was like less than 2 weeks, more than 1.
Okay.
I don't remember.
So he comes back early August. Would that be fair?
Oh yeah, it was definitely like in the first 2 weeks somewhere.
All right.
Probably the second week of August at some point in that. I don't remember when.
Does his wife come back with him at that time? Or
Yeah, they all came back.
They all come back at the same time.
They all came back. And then, yeah, so he continues to just, tell me that this is like what he wants. And so I took the time, and you will see that in the text too, where I I found this apartment. It was perfect. It was so cute. I was like, it's in your price range. It's like 6 miles from the gym. It's 23 miles from work. I'm like, it's super close to Frederick. It's going to be by your kid's school. Like, this is the spot, and I told him, I was like, I'll keep looking for more places. And he's like, well, there's some that I want to go see too. And he actually had me thinking that he was going to go look at these places this week before all
Okay,
this.
so this is fairly recent then, if we're
This
talking.
just happened, like in the last.
He's going to
couple
go
weeks.
look at apartments.
He wanted me to go
during,
with him.
when you say this week, are you saying
Like this
Monday
this week.
was the 13th?
Like this week.
Okay.
Yeah. So I told him, I was like, well, pick out a few spots. And if you want me to come with you, I'll go look at them. But you
You said earlier that he had never, or that the apartment wasn't for you and him. It was just for him and his children.
Oh, yes.
It was, you had no intentions of moving in with him.
No, I have my own spot. I still have a lease there till July. And even then, like, he never asked me to move in with him.
Okay.
And I never tried to move in with him. I mean, I told him, I really try to take everything with this whole situation very slow. The only part that I screwed up on was the fact that he wasn't completely separated from her when him and I decided to spend time with each other. That is where I screwed up. But other than that, everything else, it was always like, you build your life, I'm going to build my life. We will intertwine them, but I am not ready to do this. And he respected that. And I even said that, and I don't know, that might be in the text, but said that 2 words like, Chris, like, you need space. Like, you're just getting out of a divorce. Like, personally, I think jumping into a new relationship is a little quick. It's like, I was in a relationship earlier this year, and I think this is also a little quick. And I'm like, so why don't we take our time? And I'm like, if you guys end up doing a week on, a week off with your kids, I'm like, the week you have your kids, be with your children. And the week that you don't, I'm like, I don't even want to see you every day. I'm like, I think we should spend like a few days of that together. I'm like, because I like my space, and I think you need your space. I think you need your space to like develop your identity again and like get it back, because I think he's just been like so wrapped up in this whole thing that he's got in his own life and his life that he doesn't remember probably what it's like to like be single or have time where it's like just him.
Sure.
And so I was just like, like, embrace that. I think it's a beautiful thing. And I really try to like take it smart with all that. And it was the same thing with his kids. I was just like, and we talk about things every once in a while where I'd be like, hey, if I ever meet, cause like I have a lot of house plants. That's a good example. So I have a lot of house plants, and I told him, I was like, one day, if I ever meet your kids, I was like, I'm going to show these girls how to like paint pottery and plants. I was like, I think they would love to see something grow that they built. I think it would be really, really cute. And like little stuff like that, but it wasn't very frequent. It wasn't, hey, we should get married, and hey, we should have babies, and hey, I want to live with you, and hey, I need to meet your children now, and let's cut the mom out. It was never like that.
And there was never any conversation about, we can't do this with her around. We can't do this with the kids around. No. He never said that. You never said that.
No.
So the way you guys were trying to make this work was just, slowly trying to come together because of his current situation, and you, by your own account,
mine.
You're just a independent person. It sounds like pretty much,
yeah.
And but through text message or through conversation, he never said, "Hey, this isn't going to be financially able. I'm not going to be financially able to do this," or "This isn't a good thing. I got these kids." None of those conversations ever came up.
No, he told me like he had a budget restriction. So for his apartment, and I'm pretty sure this is in the text, and this will probably be in the last couple of weeks. He told me $1,100 to $1,400 when I was asking him, like, because I told him I'd help him do homework. I was like, you do some homework, I'll do some homework. We'll knock this out, because if you guys are for real putting the house up, you got to figure it out. And so that was his budget. And I remember asking him, I was like, you sure you don't want to just get like a house? And he's like, I never thought about a house. I'm like, yeah, you can rent houses, man. Like, it's a thing. And he's just like, I don't know if I can afford that. I was like, okay. And I knew that those two had been through some financial trouble. I definitely found out a lot more about that situation in the newspaper recently.
Okay, so prior to the newspaper, how did you know he was in financial difficulty?
Because when I went to that house, everything in there is very, 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 very nice. It looks like it all comes with a very expensive price tag. And I didn't say anything to him about it, but I could kind of tell then where I was like just looking at everything like, how do you guys afford this? And then he has that car. I don't even know how much that car costs, but I bet it's
What car is
that
that?
Lexus. I'm sure that thing costs like 80 grand, but just like money. Like everything just looked like it costs a lot of money in that house.
You probably have a decent idea of how much money he makes.
Yeah, and it's not enough money to pay for all that. Not even close.
Did you have any idea what Shanann did for a living or how much money she might have made?
I mean, I had an idea. I would consider.
She knew exactly. So, okay. So I would just got a little crazy trying to look for that. I know exactly what you're talking about, Stevie, and I'm going to research it. I'm going to find it and I'm going to tell you guys all about it. Right, Rose? Wasn't there something about her posting that
You said that
information?
now. We got to see that.
Do you remember something like that, or am I just making that up?
When you said it said, wow, I did not know that.
Oh, that's what you said? Oh, okay.
That's why I said, we've got to, this is unbelievable to me. Talk about getting a big fly. Where are you posting a prayer circle, whatever, where? If you're not on TV, that made no sense.
Right, exactly. So I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm a little too tired right now to.
Yeah, me too. And
it's a little foggy. And if I did see that, was it somebody who had just made it up? I'm not really sure.
I don't know, but it's definitely something to look into. Oof. It's in the Discovery.
Yeah.
HCN said, okay, definitely something we're going to look at for sure.
Who said that?
HCN said it's in the Discovery somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw a prayer chain, and the only thing I saw about a prayer chain was Shanann Watts accepted a prayer chain about something or other when she was desperate about her relationship, but it might be different wording. But if anyone can give me any more of a clue.
Yeah. Wait, and Stevie also said the Lucky Charms, just sending a reminder. Were we looking for something with that Lucky Charms text, or I don't know.
That?
Stevie said, okay, but the Lucky Charms, and she said, question mark, just sending a reminder. So I don't know.
Oh, right. I told Stevie a long time ago about the Lucky Charms. Okay, so here's the thing about the Lucky Charms text. All right, here we go. So the Lucky Charms text, okay, so we know when that Lucky Charms text was sent because that actually is in the Discovery, and she also talks about it. She brings it up, which means it's something she needs to cover her ass. And because we can determine the time that was sent, you need to compare it to what was going on, and we can actually see when Chris Watts receives that exact text. Hold it. My Bluetooth just went off. Just one sec here.
Okay.
Can you still hear me, Rose?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's see. All right, here we go. Just one sec. It's just going to take me a moment to find it.
Mm-hmm. They're magically delicious. Yes.
They're magically delicious. So funny. Let's see. Okay, here we go. All right. So, all right. I'm gonna have to enhance this. Lucky Charms. Okay, that's ridiculous. I would freak out. Okay. So what she actually says. Let's see. How about open a new tab, and then I'll try to enhance it. Let's see if we can do that. right, let's see.
Jesus, HCN said he posted a pregnant Frederick mother of 2 is missing. Please pray for her to be found. God bless. But where did you post that? Where though?
I need to know where you found that, please.
Yeah.
I remember that too, but it's like foggy.
Yikes.
Okay, so we have no context for this because remember, all of this communication was deleted, right? So what we do see is, all right, if I had this prepared, it would be a little more seamless, but we're just going to have to do. So, all right, here we go. So if you're to look at the left-hand side of your screen, you know, kind of the second full text down, it says, oh my God, that is absolutely ridiculous. They would freak out. Okay, so you're like, dude, what bitch be talking about? You know, that's I said, dude, what bitch be talking about? I know that.
Oh, Kelly, HCN said it was in the disc. The only place I saw it, I don't know what's the disc.
Discovery.
It says it was in the disc. That's the only place I saw it. I don't know what that.
Discovery. Can you?
I don't know where though.
I'll pick up that in a minute and search the words.
Oh,
Yeah,
page 1912 is the only thing I see. Okay, Capricious, thank you. We'll look at that.
Yeah, well, I think 1912 was Shanann picking up the prayer chain.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. But hold it.
Either way.
Hey, if anyone else wants to work on that, go ahead. Right now, I'm going to do the Lucky Charms deal.
Lucky Charms.
All right. So, okay. So now here's this. Okay. So she's like, oh my gosh, they would absolutely freak out. That's ridiculous. Now we have to go to yet another interview where Kessinger, in a cover my ass moment, blurts this out to Kobach. And hold it. I just got to search the transcript, find it, and then we're good. It's the command board. All right. Here we go. 111 minutes, which is 9 minutes shy of 2 hours, because the time, of course, is different. Okay, let's see. Hold it. Let me find here. 9 minutes shy of 2 hours is what I need. All right. Okay. So now, I've got to bring it into the stream. So, okay, so we got the text. Oh my gosh, that's absolutely ridiculous. They would freak out. Next, we have Miss Thang telling Kobach. Let's see, which one is it? This one? Yeah. No, hold it. A bunch of interviews up now. Okay, this one. All right. Now, make sure it's coming through to you. Okay. All right. Audio. Hold, I got to turn it up because I have my Bluetooth off now. All right.
Whoever was hosting it, I don't remember. Like, he told me the name once, but I forgot. I don't.
Why is it doing that? Hold it. I just got to. Why is it doing that? It's so weird.
Pretty honest.
I don't know why it's like blue like that. Oh, here. There we go. All right.
Okay, like the only names that I remember very well is Nick and Buck. Those are the only two that I can be like, oh yeah, like I could tell you like maybe a little bit about those people. Yeah. Okay. Because I did early morning, and I always have barbecue. And then that thing, he did barbecue. So he was saying, yeah,
listen to how her voice changes here.
he just talked about food and he was
So this is the following.
This is the one, I don't know if this is in order, I'm not sure exactly what this is referring to. I think this one at the bottom, this, oh my God, that's absolutely ridiculous, they would freak out.
Okay, so she just repeated that text. Oh my gosh, this is absolutely ridiculous. I think they would freak out. Now just watch this carefully. I need to know what you guys think.
That, do you remember like when I told you, like I was always trying to like incorporate his kids and stuff? I mean, even if it wasn't like directly like me and him, but just like I was always thinking of cute stuff when I'd see stuff and I was like, oh my God, little girls would like that. I would show him and I found this box of Lucky Charms that was unicorn Lucky Charms.
Okay.
And I thought they were really cute. And I texted it to him and I was like, do your little girls know about these?
Okay, so let's just stop right there. Does that
seem like truth to you? Yeah, DTC said that didn't happen. Lucky Charms, let's see. Oh yeah, wait, you already said that. Hold it. I got to get down to real time here. Sorry, guys. So let's see. So Lucky Charms, on the day his family went missing, and she denies talking to him that day because they were so busy at Watsy Obsession. That's right, but we all know that she does talk to him because we've already proved that.
Right.
So we're going to go back and look at the unicorn cereal, and yes, there was unicorn Lucky Charms during that time, so that is true. Let's see. She knew about the girls' allergies. She wouldn't get excited about Lucky Charms for them. That's a good point I had never thought of. Let's see. Did I already read this one? Cereal isn't a freak out scenario, but suggesting SW ran off with a new baby daddy would be a ridiculous they would freak out moment. In my opinion, and hypothetical. All right, so let's just listen to this again. Now watch, listen, just everything. Carefully observe, please. And then there's more.
Okay, so this one's on Sunday night
Yeah, that's
at
right.
4:07 p.m. What's he talking about? Pounding fruit? Is that you or him?
That's him.
Talking.
Oh, so he was talking about that birthday party he was going to go to? Whoever was hosting it, I don't remember. Like, he told me the name of it.
Jeremy?
I forgot. I don't even remember, to be honest with you. Like, the only names that I remember very well is Nick and Mark. Those are the only two that I could be like, oh yeah, like I could tell you, like, maybe a little
Those
bit
are his
about
friends?
people. Yeah.
Okay.
We went to the birthday party, and he said, oh, this guy always barbecues. And then he was saying, oh, he didn't barbecue, so he was saying he can't ruin asparagus. Yeah, didn't do anything with barbecue this time. He did hot dog food, saying he avoided that. He was like trying to eat them.
So this is the following.
This is the one, I don't know if this is in order. I'm not sure exactly what this is referring to. I think this one at the bottom, this, oh my God, this is absolutely ridiculous. They would freak out. That, do you remember when I told you, like, I was always trying to, like, incorporate his kids and stuff? I mean, even if it wasn't, like, directly, like, me and him, but just, like, I was always thinking cute stuff when I see stuff. I was like, oh my God, little girl was like that. I would show him, and I found this box of Lucky Charms that was unicorn Lucky Charms.
Okay.
And I thought they were really cute. And I texted it to him, and I was like, do your little girls know about these? Because they're awesome. And I was like, little stuff like that. And I don't think that that's the 13th, because I don't think I talked to him that day. What day was the 13th? I can't remember.
Monday.
Was it Monday?
I think I gotta look, because I can't.
I think it will, no, well then maybe these are in order. Monday was the day I think that I sent that text.
Yes, that's Monday morning at 2:44 p.m. So that's an afternoon, Monday. Does that sound right?
It was at work when I texted it to him.
So that's
Okay, so then it is in order. So it is in order.
So
And this
is
makes
the
sense.
12.
Because that's Sunday, right?
That's Sunday.
Okay, so they're in order, they're just missing a whole
So
bunch.
he's basically saying he's still at that barbecue in that pit. Okay, perfect.
Okay, so then this one is in the right place. I was
All right, so there's that. Okay. So, I mean, I think it looks like she's making it up as she goes along. But
yeah,
I feel what's more important here. Yeah, I agree, Cal. Let's see. So what is more important here is that we can tell exactly when, that's right, he picks up that message. So what we do know, as we are looking at the body cam footage from Officer Coonrod, and I'm going to have to backtrack a little bit and to show you how we can determine this.
Right.
But the time on Officer Coonrod's body cam, the hours are off by a certain amount, and I can calibrate this for you. It's just more work than I'm willing or can even do right now. But the
It's
minutes,
too late.
are correct. So wait, let's see here. So let me just, I want to find it before I try to show it to you guys, so I'm not all over the place.
Right, Turquoise. How is she seeing Lucky Charms from work at 44 p.m. and why? Exactly.
Right. Exactly.
Exactly. She's not. Or she's not at work. Either one.
Yeah. So let's see, where is it? Come on. Here, I'm going to share this with you in a minute. I just don't want to be skipping all over the place because it would add to confusion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
a good point, Aaron. She says, I remember a lot like Amber Heard did preceding her plethora of lies and perjury. Good way to, yeah, good point.
Right. Let's see. Okay, so here we go. So here is the message. Dun, dun, dun. So now remember, and again, guys, this is one of these things where you're just going to take my word for it for now. I've already done the work of this, but can't think of any video that it's in. It might be in there. But Officer Coonrod's body cam clock is off in the hours, which is ridiculous. Come on, please calibrate your freaking clocks.
Right.
But the minutes are correct. So this right here, you'll see this, the title's in the way, but right now it says 2041, but really it's 241. And again, I promise you this is a case. I will prove it to you.
Definitely. Yeah, it was not.
So now her message saying about the Lucky Charms, remember, was sent at 2:44. So let's just watch this. So now we're at 2:41. Oh, there we go. Let me take this down here. So here we are at 2:41. He's like, obviously all antsy, and he's like, never mind, I was gonna make a bad joke. I'm not gonna make. But look, my phone. It might be the Mistress buzz. I'm getting a little anxious about this, or what? I got to get my phone. I'm trying to be serendipitous, but I'm do it serendipitously, dippitish. I can't even talk right now. But I'm Chris Watts, so I screw everything up. And there he goes. So it's now 2:42. There's the fetus situation. Isn't that creepy, guys?
Oh goodness.
And she's pregnant. And now he's reaching into his pocket. Oh shit, I really gotta text the Mistress. Here I go. I'm texting the Mistress. 2:42 p.m., almost 2:43. Texting. I'm still texting it. The only thing important enough to do right now would be to text her. Look at how unfocused he is. He is focused and he is hyperventilating and he is focused on composing that text. Like he's focused on nothing else ever. Send. 2:43. What time does that text from Mistress come in? 2:44.
Wow.
So what was really said? I don't think it was about Lucky Charms.
I hope not, in the middle of something as serious as like your entire existence right now could be, the rest of your life in jail, but you're more focused on texting someone about cereal.
Right. And he just murdered his family, and all of a sudden nobody knows his wife is pregnant. And all of a sudden a fetus pops up on the television, and he's about, you can tell he's like hyperventilating. He gets to tell the cop, oh yeah, she's pregnant. And now this is when you think to text about cereal?
Right. No.
So what did that text say that he sent to her? And to what did she respond? Oh my God, that's absolutely ridiculous. They would freak out.
Yeah. The little parts of those texts that were redacted. Isn't that sad? If it was so innocent, it wouldn't have been redacted.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. DTC Primetime says 2043 is Greenwich Mean Time. This is a commode moment. DTC Primetime. When I'm like toilet and she's like commode, I'm like clock not calibrate. She's like Greenwich Mean Time. Thank you very much. You're awesome. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, what was in the Lucky Charms? I don't know, Capricious.
Right? Maybe it was those stickers. Yeah. Oh, who said Aaron on the side caution? Hey there, says I wonder if NK ever threatened to show up to the reveal party. I bet she did, because remember, she wanted to give him his first son.
T. Andrews said I think she wanted to be his date for the movie.
So Stevie says, wait, she said they would freak out? Yes. Stevie, Nichol Kessinger said, oh my God, they would absolutely freak out. Oh no, oh my God, that is absolutely ridiculous. They would freak out. And then in the interview excerpt that we just played, she's telling Kevin Kovac, and remember I told you I was always trying to like include girls and everything. Remember I was like, oh look, there was these unicorn lucky charms. And and that's what this was about. No, it was not.
Yeah, I thought CW said they'd freak out. Oh yeah, Chica said this. Yeah, I did too, Chica. I'm confused with that part. I thought CW
minus
said
6 hours to mountain time. Freaking brilliant, DTC. Thank you for your pie chart. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm less mad at the Frederick police. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Wow. She got rid of that truck awfully fast. I bet there was a unicorn sticker on it. That's just kind of funny.
Yeah, Stevie. At this time, no one is known the extent of it. So, of course, she's saying she didn't know.
Yeah.
She doesn't say she knows anything until he tells her. What is it? 4 p.m. when 3:45. Whenever he texts her about you have to call me kind of thing. So It was later in the day.
And so now right now, oops, sorry. Go ahead, honey. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're right. I agreed with what Stevie said. Right now, she could say I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So Mary says that's panic, Kelly. I agree with that, Mary. So look at this. So as the time goes on, the Greenwich Mean Time minus 6 hours to Mountain Time. Thank you, DTC. We see that. Let's see. We gotta wait for this whatever to disappear up here. The title of the okay. So now it's 2:45. And, Kessinger has sent that text back, and I bet his pocket's burning a hole in it, right towards his little wee-wee there. He's all like, I got to catch the mistress's text. Miss Kessinger, she's texting me. She's going to be pissed like Shanann if I don't get it, because I am just bitch whipped by all of these women. And oh, look, there it is. Why? I mean, seriously, what else is important enough to pull out his phone right now other than to get the text from the mistress about those lucky charms? The lucky charms. Because he's about to check his phone. He'll be within the next minute. So, yeah. Oy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agreed. Tracy said, Chris said that they would freak out at some point. Yeah, he does. Whatever she tells him, he instead of saying, I'm in the middle of a police search through my house and my wife and kids are missing, he texts like, oh, they'd freak out. It's just none of it coincides with what's happening in reality.
There he goes, picking up the mistress text right here.
Look at that face.
He looks like he's gonna pass out. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. So that's what that's all about.
What does he tell me to remind myself to eating? Who would even have an appetite? How you hate there? One might be the next day or that day later. I'll remind myself to eat. Yes. Look, we are concerned about eating.
I'm sorry. Kevin, you did pass the bar. Congratulations. Thank you, DTC. I thought that you were joking. That is amazing, Kevin. That's awesome. I'm sorry if I missed that earlier.
He is
That is.
joking. He is
Oh, he
joking.
is. Oh, I thought she was being serious. Oh, you guys, I am so naive. Nancy, come help me. Nancy's usually the one that gets me through my night every day. Good night, Green Eyes. I'm just gonna stop talking. You guys are all just making fools of me. I'm gonna go with it anyway. Congrats, Kevin. I got a big box of unicorn lucky charms for you.
That's your gift.
Oh. Oh yeah, I know. Stevie says, "Aw, go folks make me so sad." Well, then you'd be crying a lot around me.
Goodness. Too funny. Congrats, Stevie. Stevie passed the bar too.
I didn't. I dropped out of law school.
I know. You could have really though.
On a full scholarship. Oh yeah, stop it. Now I get it. I'm not that stupid.
Capricious. I have never passed a bar.
Me neither. I believe you. Let's go have some Lucky Charms.
At least we could laugh at the end. Oh goodness, what a night. A lot of interesting stuff.
That's a good point. R says I'm gullible too. I'd rather be that way than cynical. Yeah, that's true. It was a little bit of a problem for me though, like, you know, having this, you know, true crime Chris Watts YouTube channel and things like Getting Real, and Nancy would be like, "Oh, Kelly, honey, you are so naive," and I'm like, "Teach me the ways because I'm getting beaten up."
That's too funny.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So Sarah says, "Gullible is my middle name, and even I don't buy this story, so you know it's bad." Yeah. And I can run a marathon. No, you cannot, Rosie. I know enough about you. You don't run marathons, but maybe someday you will. Oh my God. I think I'm kind of mad at you guys now. All of you.
I stopped you.
Oh, yes, thank you. I appreciate it. That's what good friends do.
The girls are still alive. Yeah, Chica. If the girls were still alive, why would she care if they were allowed to have it or not if she knew they were going to die anyway? None of it makes sense, Chica.
Are we passing the bar around at that kind of party now? Sure. Jeez. Oh boy. Okay. All right, guys. So yep, that's it. We're all tired, but so that's it. So you know, lots more. Well, more questions, same questions, no answers. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I mean, okay. So here's the thing. It's like there are people that have been following this case for a while and staying with it, and you know, we've been looking at some things and some things over again, and it's like every time you look at something, oftentimes, not every time, but oftentimes you'll find something new, or somebody will lend their perspective and the pieces will fit. And then there are new people that are coming into the mix and they're asking some of the old questions, which causes us to revisit some of those old questions. And guys, I think about this all the time. I'm like, I've got to check myself. In my heart of hearts, do I still have these questions? Like, I'm not just doing this because I have this channel, right? I'm going to be completely honest. I think about that because it's easy. You know, it's like kind of that gang mentality, go along with the flow. We're all thinking a certain way, right? But when I look at all of the information I've analyzed myself, all of the experts that I've talked to and what they have concluded, not having a dog in the game or really caring what the outcome is of, you know, whatever it is we're discussing, you know what I mean? They don't care one way or another what their opinion is.
Yeah.
What I keep finding at the core of it all is really unsettling questions that go back to mistakes made in the investigation that were too green for experienced and skilled investigators to make like that, all of them, time and time again. What I keep going back to is NK making statements that cover her ass, that are, you know, basically pointing to illuminating and proving her own lies.
And we know that these investigators must have checked these things out and knew that she was lying. So even if she was just lying, destroying evidence, deleting evidence, altering evidence, in a case that was a triple homicide of a pregnant woman and 2 little girls, that's not something that law enforcement lets go.
Right.
If you are upstanding, forthcoming, and you're doing things the right way for the right reason, and that's for justice and to serve the public in your community, because that is the oath that all of these law enforcement persons or these, I mean, you guys who pass the bar tell me, these, people involved in the court system have made to protect, to serve, to some degree, whatever, the agency is, the oath or the pledge is going to be different. That was not accomplished in this case. And I will forever find that to be a problem on behalf of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, unborn baby Nico, and quite honestly, everyone in this country and everyone around the world who is concerned with issues of preserving and maintaining justice and equity in their society to the degree it exists, or hopefully improving it. If we don't talk about these things and point them out and discuss them with honesty and call attention to them and say, hey, this is wrong and we're not going to stand for it, at what point are we, letting law and authority walk all over us? And at what point is our society and our lives and our freedoms going to drastically change? This issue tremendously concerns me, and that's really what is at the heart of it all for me.
Right.
So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Kelly.
Oh, let's see. It's the same for, yeah, I mean, and tons of people who are victimized and murdered, and thank you, Kelly, searches equals answers. And, all over this country, all over the world. I mean, it's not okay. Like Rose was saying earlier, that it's truly scary to think about how easily something like this happened and who it can happen to, and the kind of person that commits a egregious crime like this. I mean, it has to be put in check. Law enforcement needs to do what they have pledged to do. And the court system, particularly in this country, is what I'm focused on, because I know to some degree how it works, even though I haven't passed the bar like all of you guys. If they're not doing what they're doing, then the whole system is slowly crumbling. And as I've told you guys before, I was raised with these values of being part of your justice system. And if you're not, you're part of the problem.
Right.
And I just believe that to be true. And I believe it's all of our responsibility.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is hard work. So, does anyone have any final?
You could find that, Kelly. If anyone finds that prayer thing, I'm boggled by it. I'd love to see that.
Oh yeah, I've got to look back and see.
Okay.
Is HCM still here? I've got to find that. I've got to find. I'm gonna go, but I'll look it up. I'll look it up in the morning, and I will definitely let you guys know either way. I'll make a community post or something. Let's see. I've got to find the exact wording.
Okay.
So I can check it. Hold it. I'm gonna keep scrolling. I want to find it before I close on the live stream, because then sometimes it's even harder. If anyone has any last questions or comments, go ahead and pop them in the chat. And if you can read them, if there are any, that would be amazing while I look for this.
Well, thanks, HCN. HCN is looking too. Thank you. Okay, great.
Thank you so much. What was the statement, HCN, please? Because I'm scrolling back trying to look where you stated it last time, and I'm having a hard time finding it.
And there's Kelly's email I dropped in chat. If anyone does find anything to do, drop her a line.
Cool. Oh wait, discovery. Okay, hold it. I found where this conversation's happening at least. Okay, hold it. Oh, okay. It was in the discovery. That's the only place I saw. Okay, I need the words. Okay. She posted. Got it. Okay. Here we go. Star, show, copy. Let me take a screenshot. Hold it. All right.
Perfect. Awesome. Great. We're going to figure it out. So I'm going to find that out either tonight or tomorrow morning, depending on how obsessed I feel. And I will definitely leave a community post and then we can talk further about it. So,
Great.
yeah. Justice is a mirage. Well, I
don't
mean,
wanna
that's a thing to say, but it really can't be that way or else, I don't know. That's right. Tracy Wheeler, well said. Law enforcement letting her walk to mess with other families is not protecting anyone. Exactly.
That's what we have to be worried about.
Yeah. So, all right, guys, everyone, thank you so much for being here. Please click like on the way out to show support for the channel and myself and A Curious Rose. If you haven't yet, go check out A Curious Rose and definitely subscribe. She has a lot of exciting stuff coming up. And also listen to her reading, Blood and Marriage. I promise you, you'll be totally into it. So thank you so much, moderators. Do I just have who's A Curious Rose and R left? You guys are so hardworking. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Love you too.
And Joan, I know you didn't feel well. Thank you so much for being here anyway.
Everyone.
I'm sure I missed some people and I'm so sorry that I did. And just everyone else who has contributed. Thank you for the super chat to make me look like a dummy. DCC at prime time. I love you so much. I'm just kidding. That was really funny, actually. And somebody became a member. Was it Wendy? I don't know. But thank you very much, guys. Thank you for all you do to support the channel. And I totally forgot. I mentioned that like fundraising, donating bit last live stream. I've gotten some feedback from people and I want to talk to you about it. I think I'll make a community post in next live stream. I promise you all of the super chats and whatever that were donated towards that are absolutely going to go to that.
What are you doing it to, like a domestic?
Well, what I was originally going to do was, you know, half of it, and it was 150 minimum each, and whatever by the end of August didn't come in, I was going to put in myself to both of the families. But then people raised problems, and I was hoping they would both choose to donate it to a charity. I was hoping they would bring in more than that. They would both choose to donate it to a charity in the same one. But the odds of that happening are like me being super naive, right? So, I understand why people didn't like that. So if the families did hear that, which they probably didn't, and I'm considering taking that back now, I do apologize for that, but I hope that you will agree that the subscribers really felt that it should just perhaps go in a lump sum to an organization in Bella and Celeste's name. Yes. That, you know, Shanann, Bella, and Cece would be proud of, where the money might actually make a difference for somebody.
I agree.
So I picked out a few different organizations. I want to fully vet them before I put them out there to make sure they're fully legitimate.
Let me know. I could also research.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Text if you do, but I think that's the best way to go.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So I'll put it. I'm going to let you guys vote on it, but I want to actually tomorrow. I actually want to talk to representatives of all these organizations to make sure that they are what they present themselves to be. Ask them where the money would go, not, you know. And then I promise you, any dollar that was donated towards that, and I always provide receipts of this stuff, will absolutely be donated towards that, and so on and so forth. So. Yeah. So thank you guys for being here. Love you guys so much, and please stay safe. And we'll see you next time.
Good night.
Thank you so much, Rose. You're awesome. I really appreciate you. You're the best. Love having you on here every time.
Love everyone.
Right.
Great night.
Take care, sweetie. Bye.
Bye.